This is the April 30th, 2024 regular meeting of the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission.
The board consists of Ms. Karen Jarrett, Chairwoman, Mr. Travis Coles, Vice Chairman, Mr. Wayne Noah, Secretary, Ms. Lorraine Bowles, Treasurer, Mr. Dwayne Stevens, Mr. Joseph Irvine, Mr. Tom Wildwoody, Mr. Jeff Nortricia, Ms. Corin Ross, Ms. Tracy Ammett, Mr. Michael Kegler, Mr. Jay Melder, Mr. Joseph Welch, and Mr. Stephen Clark. The MPC Executive Director is Melanie Wilson.
The April 30th regular meeting of the Chatham County.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. The April 30th regular meeting of the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission will now come to order. We're going to pause for our invocation and proceed directly into our Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd stand, please.
Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance as we lead through this meeting. Let's be guided by your wisdom. Let's be guided by your knowledge. Let's be guided by your understanding. We do what is right, Father. Pray it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. For staff, petitioners, and members of the public who are participating, our procedures will be as follows. The agenda is broken down into several parts. First, notices, proclamations, and acknowledgments. Next, the consent agenda, which consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and there are no known objections. This will be followed by regular business, old business, and adjournment. For each agenda item on regular business, the staff will make a presentation. The staff presentation will then be followed by a presentation from the petitioner should they elect to do so. The petitioner will be allotted a time frame of no more than 20 minutes. The board may then ask questions of the petitioner or staff for clarification. Afterwards, the floor will be open for public comment. If you wish to comment on the item that the board is considering at the time, members of the public that are in person must fill out a speaker card and give it to staff. If you are participating virtually, use the raise your hand feature on your screen. Do not use the feature until the item you want to comment on is being considered. At the appropriate time, you will be recognized and staff will unmute your microphone. At the end of your allotted time is determined by the chair. Your microphone will be muted and the chair will recognize the next speaker. The total public comment time will be less than or equivalent to the petitioner's presentation time. Therefore, for those participating online, it is important that you use your raise your hand feature during the hearing on that item if you want to speak on a petition. Once the floor is closed for public comment on a petition, no additional public speakers will be allowed. If you are not certain you want to speak, still use the raise your hand feature, or if in person, fill out the speaker card. You will have the option to decline when your name is called. After public comment, the petitioner will have the opportunity for rebuttal, and then address any additional needed questions by the board. Finally, the board will take action. All right. The first order of agenda is approval of the agenda.
Cole's motion to approve the agenda.
No, a second.
All right, voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have no notices, proclamations, or acknowledgments. We do have several items that were requested to be removed from the final agenda. I'm going to read through them all. If you were here for one of these items, please, I'll ask at the end if you let me know. There's a map amendment request to rezone R2/EO to BN/EO at 202 Shipyard Road. There's a map amendment to request a map amendment request to rezone from TR2 to TC1, 1421 West Gwinnett Street. There's a flume amendment to request to rezone from TR2 to TC1, 1421 West Gwinnett Street. 1860 Fort Argyle is a specific development plan that has been requested to be removed. There's a text amendment, zoning ordinance Article 7, Section 7.8.10B, Hotel Development Overlay District, that's requested to be removed. And there's a text amendment for zoning ordinance Article 7, Section 13.1, Hotel Development Overlay District, thank you. And a map amendment to rezone from TR2 to TC1, 1100 East 31st Street. Is there anyone here to speak on those items, any of those items? All right. Do I have a motion?
Cole's motion to remove items 1 through 7 from the final agenda.
No, second.
All in favor, voice vote?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And there are no items requested to be withdrawn. On the consent agenda, we have the approval of the April 9th meeting minutes, and we have a major subdivision, Hamilton 1 and Hamilton 2 of Eastern Wharf 401 Upper East Avenue. Is there any discussion, or does anyone want to speak on those items? Motion?
Cole's motion to approve the consent agenda, items 8 and 9.
No, second.
All right, now we're into our regular meeting, old business. Oh, yes, sorry. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now we're in our regular meeting. First item is a map amendment for 9 parcels on East Broad Street at Gwinnett Street and East Bolton Street.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Edward Morrow, Director of Development Services here at the MPC. This is the second time that MPC has been asked to review this petition at East Broad and East Gwinnett, identified as the Gwinnett Street Apartments. The request is to establish a small planned development. And what you can see on your screen right now is an actual view of the proposed renderings for this building along Broad Street and along East Bolton Streets. And so what you're seeing is kind of the pedestrian entrance that is along East Broad, and this is the location at which vehicles would enter the underground parking garage for the site on East Bolton. Just to reorient everyone to the location here, you can see that this is the 9 parcels that are located here. This particular parcel that interestingly, I just noticed is not highlighted. This is the one city identified parcel that you will hear spoken of shortly, but also these are the 9 parcels that are identified as part of the petition. But all of these together are the place where the footprint of the proposed facility will sit. This is the church, the location of the church that is also mentioned. And the city-owned lane you can see traversing behind it here. Just to give everybody an overview of kind of the context, this is the intersection of East Broad and East Gwinnett Street right here, so that you can get a feeling for the grain of the neighborhood. You see that you have single-family homes, duplexes. This is a small PD identified as Park and Broad that is within the vicinity. This is an electrical substation. There's a railroad track that runs behind, just to give you a sense of what's around. The Zoning Board of Appeals also heard a petition to consider a height variance in association with proposed redevelopment for the theater site that's located on the north side here. So just again to give you some context about where we're talking about. The zoning map, you can see it's currently TC2. The subject parcel, but it is within the context of parcels that are TN1, industrial, light industrial restricted, downtown residential, traditional residential 1, so kind of a mixture of zonings. Also, again, the front of the parcel is designated as traditional commercial in terms of future land use, with the expectation that the rear would be, according to this, some sort of a less dense single-family residential, most likely. As staff alluded to previously, expectation that you would see intensified activity at this parcel. To give you a context for the local historic districts, we can see that the downtown historic district is here on the north side, and the subject parcels are adjacent to the Victorian district. It does not sit in either of these districts. Also, according to SAGIS, the subject parcels are in the east side neighborhood. We can see Dixon Park, Beach Institute, and Victorian kind of in the vicinity, but this is within east side. To run through the proposed development again, the petitioner is requesting 185 dwelling units on approximately 1.38 acres. The proposal also includes up to 10,000 square feet of commercial use on the first floor. There are requested exemptions for the first 2,500 square feet of any non-residential use with credit for bicycle and motorcycle spaces. Reductions within the current zoning ordinance do exist for the Victorian and Thomas Square neighborhoods. However, as you saw, this parcel is not located in either of those districts. And the current zoning ordinance does also permit credit for off-street parking for the addition of bicycles, motorcycle and moped spaces. The current version of this development is proposed to be 4 stories, up to 49 feet in height. It is proposed to have zero, development up to the lot line. And we understand that at least 185 off-street parking spaces are proposed, 1 to correspond to each of the requested dwelling units. The reported changes, per the petitioner, they eliminated the 5th story. They connected the buildings across East Gwinnett Lane, which you can see kind of outlined in blue here. There is now proposed to be building footprint over that, and this is the amenity space within the middle. There is 2-way access via Bolton, so cars would enter the garage at this location right here, and this would be a full access entry right here to the site. They have reduced the story. They have reduced the height to 4 stories. They have eliminated the automated parking system, and they've shortened the buildings to ensure that there is adequate fire access. There were no changes to the previous off-street parking or use standards, again, per the petitioner. Just to provide some context as to staff's concerns, I brought in some comparable multifamily developments that are located within the area. The present petitioner is also the developer of the Starland North and South developments that you can see in this chart, one at 155 dwelling units per acre and the other at 120. Relative to others that are also in the downtown area. I would have you note that some of these are within DC and others that are kind of within the vicinity. This is Park and Broad that I just pointed out. This one comes in at 42 dwelling units an acre. And so presently this development is at about 134 units an acre at a total request of 185. So. Also, to provide some context, the TC zoning districts require 435 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit, and that gets us to approximately 100 dwelling units an acre. And obviously, that is probably not going to be achieved given the restrictions on height and the restrictions on building footprint that are noted here in the zoning ordinance. But nonetheless, that 100 dwelling units an acre is a pretty good reference point for understanding the proposed density within this given area. So, in terms of looking at the review criteria, we did evaluate all of the rezoning standards as well as those required for PDs. And so it is a comparable development that could be achieved to that in the TC2. Although that requested is a bit more intense. It does address the need for housing units, though none are proposed to be affordable. There are particular concerns regarding the ability to avoid exacerbation of stormwater conditions. Again, that is a condition that could be addressed during the specific development plan review, but the petitioner did not take opportunity to address those further after SPR. In terms of compatibility, the proposed density is incompatible with its surroundings. It will place strain on the available off-street parking for existing residents. There is inadequate detail regarding plans for loading and deliveries, both small and large. Think people who are moving in all the way down to DoorDash deliveries. And the increased intensity will make the area less safe for pedestrians, both those who are young and those who are experiencing mobility issues, either due to age or disability. In terms of resource protection, the destruction of a former historic church on this site led to the city's creation of a policy for documentation of historic resources. And so in accordance with that, the city manager in his recommendation required or suggested to the board documentation of historic assets and reclamation of building materials for any historic structures that are currently on the site. And in terms of design review, MPC staff has suggested particular design-related recommendations to ensure the compatibility of the proposed development with those that are in the area. Again, given that it's not within the district, but it is adjacent to it. And so these types of requirements are not uncommon for parcels situated close to a historic district. In reviewing those criteria, there were 4 noted deficiencies. And when I say deficiencies, these are things that the ordinance requires that they be submitted. And so this is staff's acknowledgement that these things did not measure up to the level that the ordinance itself dictated. The first being that this is in essence a request to achieve more desirable development standards, more so than a need to create unique development standards to achieve a particular development purpose. The petitioner believes the site to be comparable to DX, given its location kind of at the edge of the historic district. Again, staff acknowledges that some form of this type of development is to be anticipated at this location, but there was nothing unique in terms of a narrative or a proposed market concept to justify the need for a particular PUD document that would permit this style of development. The maximum number of trips that was to be generated was not submitted. Development conditions, there were parcels that are within the scope of the project, but that have been identified as not within the scope of the rezoning. The closure and sale of the public lane has not been discussed with staff, and staff is unsure of where any intent on the part of City Council to close the lane and to make it available to the petitioner as part of the development. The status of any such agreement is unknown at this time. There was also no general utility plan that was provided. Again, staff does acknowledge that this is something that would commonly happen during the specific development plan review. Nonetheless, there were concerns that were expressed by city reviewers that were not addressed even at this juncture during the review. Finally, we get to staff's recommendation. Staff does recommend approval of the request with the 13 following conditions and modifications to the proposal. First, that the public right-of-way in the city-owned property indicated on the GDP is not within the scope, that they be included in the application and rezoned if indeed the other portions of the property are to be rezoned. The second one, that overall reduction of the proposed unit count be consistent with the TC2's allowance of approximately 138 dwelling units on the parcel as opposed to the requested 185. Number 3, the required off-street parking space for each dwelling unit shall be assigned to the tenant of the residential unit and made available at all times for their exclusive use. It has been the practice of some developers to not necessarily tie availability of the parking space to the unit itself. And so this is aimed at discouraging tenants from not actually paying for a parking space and then not using that parking space if it is made available to them. So to eliminate any disincentives there. If privileged parking treatment is desired for commercial uses at this location, that those be aligned to those already permitted in the Victorian and streetcar parking reduction areas as outlined in section 9.3.7. Again, rather than creating unique standards in the interest of ongoing maintenance and administration of the PUD by city and MPC staff, that this be aligned to existing ordinance standards. Number 5, the proposed structure shall be built in accordance with the provided elevations and perspectives submitted with the application. There are standards that are within the PUD document that are misleading, that are unnecessary and redundant. And so staff requests, in essence, that those design-related provisions be removed where they contradict, in essence, with the renderings that we have seen. Number 6, the facade of the structure shall be clad at least 70% brick. We can see in this image here on the right-hand side that this is a substantially brick, more than 70% most likely. And so, in essence, we're just requesting that this be consistent with what we have been seeing in the provided renderings. Number 7, any use of stucco shall meet current ordinance requirements. No unique stucco requirements here, consistent with what is already permitted and allowed in the existing historic districts. Number 8, areas where fiber cement siding is proposed for exterior finishing shall be demonstrated on the elevations and perspectives that would be provided in a forthcoming final master plan review by MPC so that we can know exactly where any of these fiber cement products are intended to be used. Again, just to show the referenced parking standards from number 4, this is the location of the site relative to the Victorian and streetcar, and staff would request in the interest of ongoing maintenance and administration that these be aligned to these existing standards within the zoning ordinance. Number 9, all proposed fences or walls shall be identified on the forthcoming final master plan presented. There are no proposed fences or walls shown on the current site plan, and so staff would expect that any proposed fences or walls would be seen at this time. Number 10, wall, marquee, and projecting sign placement and area shall be permitted in accordance with the submitted sign plan found in Exhibit B of the SPD ordinance, and all other aspects of signage be guided by the relevant portions of Section 9.9 of NUZO. The petitioner was gracious enough to produce this sign plan. You can see that they have identified all of the relevant signage, and so it is staff's expectation that an elevation of this nature would be produced for each side of the building, and that would specify both the type and the area of signage to be expected and anything else that would be needed consistent with what is already permitted in NUZO. Number 11, SPD document shall be modified in accordance with the attached MPC staff markup that was made available and attached to the agenda. Number 12, the portion of East Gwinnett Lane adjoining the existing church shall remain open. This is the portion in question to which I'm referring. We can see the existing church on the parcel, and so this is the area that we would request that City Council preserve access for the existing church on the site. Finally, floor plans shall be submitted and approved as part of the final master plan review in order to determine unit type distribution and associated trip generation. Again, trip generation is a requirement of the ordinance at present, and that is not information that was received and was identified as a deficiency. It would be advisable that the floor plans were submitted in order to help staff understand what the actual trip generation to be created by this new development would be. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from staff?
I just have one question about number 13. The floor plans were not submitted, and when you stated staff needed it to generate trips, that came from the city staff, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, not MPC staff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Milder?
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. For the conditions 6, 7, 8, and 9, which all deal with the design standards, can you further kind of explain the reasoning for including these in the conditions versus including them in the SP document themselves?
So the petitioner has written a number of standards that both MPC and city staff found to be conflicting and unclear. And so the purpose of requesting these within the nature of the actual approval itself, the expectation is that what would be built is what we are seeing through this process, and that we are not designing something that is to be developed based on a future design or redeveloped over time. In addition to facade standards, there were, say, for instance, a condition regarding subdivision. The approved density, not to go off track, is something that we are considering presently in this hearing. And so future subdivision simply would not make a lot of sense considering you're granted a density based on what we're seeing. And staff simply expects to see the development be consistent with what's approved by the board and even city council as this moves forward.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the conditions around parking, where else have we used the condition to assign the requirement to have one parking space per dwelling unit? Have we ever used this tool to assign the parking unit to the parking space to that specific unit?
To my knowledge, no.
So, and I understand your explanation of it. Do we know that when the ordinance assigns that one parking space per unit, is that based on what we believe the averages of the car used for the apartment building is, or an average car per unit? Because there's some things that aren't quite, that kind of conflict with me and my understanding of it. And for instance, bicycle parking reductions, mopeds and others, not every unit is going to have a car necessarily. Some units are going to have two, right?
Absolutely.
So what is are we creating a solution that's causing additional problems with parking? Are we going to create a condition where you're going to have 130 some odd or 180 some odd parking spaces where a number of them won't be used because they're assigned to units that don't use a vehicle?
So the approach that the zoning ordinance uses currently to assign parking is that one space is required for each dwelling unit,
Yeah.
with the exception of accessory dwelling units. To my knowledge, there is not necessarily specific analysis as you've just described behind that. There's just a simple assignment. I think the reason that perhaps this is questionable here is just because we're in a downtown context where, you're right, mobility options are often available. But in this particular instance, staff is aware of some situations where we've had previous petitions to come through, and we are revisiting, in essence, prior analysis on parking that proved to not necessarily have been particularly workable. So,
Understood. I would think we probably need to, between the city and MPC, dig in on that as well, because I wouldn't want to create an unintended consequence of, unparked spaces, right? Where we're actually we've created the parking, but we're blocking cars from using it.
sure.
The other question is around the units, the maximum unit count here. And I understand the analysis with the dwelling units per acre, and that was very helpful. The cap on the units, if approved, wouldn't change necessarily the mass and height of the building.
That is correct.
So in essence, we could cap the number of units at 138 units, as MPC suggests. Those units would just, instead of 185 or whatever the number the petitioner requested, you would just see 2 and 3 bedroom units perhaps instead of 1 bedroom units.
That's reasonable to assume, yes, sir.
And what is the purpose of the reduction in the unit count?
Intensity of use is a major concern here. To add, again, we've basically got 10,000 square feet potentially proposed of commercial use that I feel like is largely unaccounted for, but also to add this number of residential units in an area where you have literally single-family duplexes kind of in the general area, it's extremely intense.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Again, I think just worrying about, is it 6 of one and a half dozen of the other? I remember a previous, proposal or a petition with a SCAD development, 703 Louisville Road, where the number of unit counts was somewhere, I don't know what it was, but it was like 200. But the number of beds associated with that development was somewhere north of 700. Right. So we're really talking about, the number of units versus the number of people in that units. And I'm just kind of curious about what creates the density? The unit itself or the people that are using it? So if the number of, the cap on the units doesn't change the scaling, just increases the number of bedrooms per unit, are you avoiding that impact or not?
So again, this goes back to kind of the missing information within this petition. I would throw this back to this question about looking at the unit type distribution, seeing the bedrooms, seeing what the intended uses are. We just at present don't have that level of detail to understand.
Understood. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Morrow.
All right, thank you. Is the petitioner present?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Mr. Stevens.
Just one more clarification. Earlier in the presentation, you identified that this is not in a designated district, correct?
That is correct.
And is that primarily the reasoning for some of the, like Mr. Melder said, 6, 7, 8, and 9, more of the design aesthetic type conditions?
So we understand that there is an interest in making the development compatible to some extent,
Right.
as evidenced simply by the petitioner's inclusion of historic design standards within their SPD. But these are the ways that we can, in a very targeted manner, create something that is consistent and expected. This is an attempt to avoid unpredictability and redesign beyond what this commission is seeing. We're attempting to kind of nail down, not necessarily to pin the petitioner to a certain set of materials or something like that for financial purposes, but more so for the sake of knowing, rather than creating standards where there is looseness and, it's just generally not clear moving forward when we're trying to decide what was the intent and what was not.
Okay, no, I appreciate it.
Mr. Morrow, when the petitioner decreased from, over here.
Sorry. New voice. I apologize, Mr. Plunk.
Sorry, new guy. From 5 floors to 4 floors, was there a reduction in the total of number of units from what they had initially proposed then? Or
There was
no?
not.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
One more, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Is it your understanding, going back to the number of units, that the number of units proposed correlates identically with the number of spaces they feel that they can park?
That has not been communicated. The reason I phrased it that way was because the petitioner's agent has expressed to me they at least have one off-street parking space per dwelling unit. It's my understanding there perhaps is more parking, but we don't know that exact number.
But parking would be the constraint here, right? In a normal, not like a TCG, parking would be the constraint. You'd have to be able to park
Generally
the number of
speaking,
units.
That is correct.
So that's the constraint that's built into the ordinance.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? All right, Mr. McCorkle?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I do. I have to have glasses. He just asked me if I'm that old. He saw my glasses. Robert McCorkle here from law firm McCorkle, Johnson, McCoy on behalf of the petitioner Forum Development. I appreciate everybody's time today on our reboot of this hearing from last Wednesday. It may seem like, based on the number of conditions that are on the staff report, as well as probably the amount of correspondence you've received about this project, that we're asking for something that is really outside of the bounds or outside of the ordinary. I assure you that in our opinion, it is not. What's on the table in front of you is an apartment building that's 4 stories tall that has ground floor retail and a restaurant space with 3 stories of apartment building above it. It is consistent with what exists all over the edges of downtown Savannah outside of the historic districts. Since it's been 6 months since we talked about this and we have new board members, I certainly want to take the chance to share with you why we chose this site and why we think the site in the specific area is a great location for multifamily, which is much needed in the city, because I think context of the site itself is important. East Broad creates a border along the historic districts of our city on the east side, similar to the way the Montgomery Street and MLK corridor does on the west, which is here on the west and here on the east. Over the last 10, 15 years, the city has chosen the MLK Montgomery corridor as a location for additional density in the city to try to meet its housing demands. Why? I think primarily is because, one, it's outside of the historic and the landmark districts. It's outside of the height map. It is in an area that has traditionally needed redevelopment. It has lots of empty lots, lots of derelict uses, and lots of smaller lots that are available for recombination for a larger scale project. It has been a huge success in the area along the MLK Montgomery Street corridor. There are now 4-story and 5-story apartment buildings that run down the Montgomery MLK corridor from Liberty Street all the way back to 35th Street. Most of these are located immediately adjacent to 1-story and 2-story residential buildings and 1-story and 2-story commercial buildings, and directly across the street from historic neighborhoods. Just to show you a few, this is the Bowery. All this is down the Montgomery corridor. The Skylark, the Addy, you can see here, 2-story residential immediately next door to a 4-story building, 4-story apartment building, retail on the bottom, residential up top. Same thing here, again, 4-story apartment building running down the area. This is sitting at the intersection of Montgomery and Abercorn. Looking down, there's a 4-story apartment building on the left, there's a 4-story apartment building on the right, and just to the back side of this here, there's another approved 4-story apartment building for 85 units on a solid block that has been approved for entitlements immediately past that will be constructed soon. All of this has accomplished a rejuvenation of the area. It's led to additional apartments being built, to additional retail and commercial being built. And I think it'd be difficult for anyone to argue that that development down an almost identical corridor to the one that we're talking about today has been very much a positive to the city. We believe the East Broad corridor, as I said, is a mirror. We have lots of empty lots, we have vacant lots. It is located outside of any historic districts, outside of the height map. We have some undesirable uses in the area. We have a significant amount of industrial property zoned immediately adjacent to us. And we have projects like the one across the street, which is great. It's soon to be developed. That theater has been sitting there derelict and empty for many decades. This is a picture of Park and Broad, which is the apartment building which is 2 blocks from us coming down East Broad. Now we're going to move down East Broad, looking to the east side of East Broad, moving from south to north. You can almost see our project right here in the background. Well, this is Park and Broad, which is a 3-story apartment building. This is Liberty and Broad, which is a 5-story project next to the old diocese building. This project, it was mentioned we were here before, is too far away to be relevant. Well, it's less than a half a mile from our property. It's on the same side of the same street, and it's actually inside the same neighborhood. And so as you move down from Park and Broad down to eventually get to Liberty, what you'll pass is, on the east side of East Broad, an apartment complex, a granite company, a power substation. It would be our apartment complex. The new apartment complex is going to be next to it, a church and a Masonic lodge, a park, a school, and then another apartment complex. That is the existence of all of the uses along East Broad between Park and Liberty, as it currently exists, except for our site and the project that's already been approved next to us. In that project, our neighbor there across the street applied for and obtained a variance with staff support for approval, and with the approval of the variance, the Zoning Board of Appeals for a 4-story multifamily project that has a height of 47 total feet. The permitted uses they could get on the site were about 100 units on the site. If they build it out, they have a historic theater in the middle of the site, which restricts what they can do around it. Also, I'll just note with that site, there were no floor plans for that site. There were no elevations for that site provided. There were blocking plans provided as far as how tall the buildings would be. No elevations, no floor plans, no designated parking area requirements, no building material requirements, no requirements as far as what that building was specifically going to look like, other than it be consistent with the site plan and that it be consistent with the height that was shown on the blocking plans that they showed. Now let's take a look at our site, because again, I think context is important. This is the site that was shown by staff earlier. It consists of 9 parcels, 1.38 acres. We have very few neighbors. We have the benefit of a lot of natural buffers and trees and industrial properties around us. We are not located in a historic district. The DNA, the VNA, any oversight as far as what the building has to look like or any review of architectural design. Currently on the site, there are 8 residential units consisting of 4 duplexes. Despite what you may have heard or may have gotten emails about, this is not affordable housing. These are regularly rented units that are located on this property. Half of them are now vacant, and notices have been sent. These structures will be removed from the site. Also, contrary to what you may have received, these are not contributing structures that are protected by the city. In connection with our work with city staff, they have requested us to document the buildings prior to tearing them down and to preserve all materials that exist inside of the buildings before we remove them, which we have agreed to do. Looking directly across the street, there's a vacant lot on the other side of East Broad. There is one residence facing onto Gwinnett, not towards our property here, that was recently constructed. Diagonally across the street, we have a Starfish Cafe commercial site, which has sat vacant for some time. This is the new project across the street that's been approved for 4 stories with the old theater. You can see here the road actually drops down. There's a train crossing here, and the road actually drops down about 25 feet down Gwinnett. So neither our project nor their project nor any other properties have any access directly on Gwinnett as you move down. There are 2 residential structures across the street. I think one has been enveloped into the property and one is going to continue to remain. This is our property to the east. This is what's behind us. We have a railroad track. It is heavily wooded. It is zoned industrial. On the other side of that, we have some empty lots here, some of which have had some new construction being built and some new residential construction that's being built back behind on the other side of the train tracks. Diagonally on the sides of us, we have derelict industrial properties that have sat like this for some time. They're covered in graffiti and need to be reused. This is the property that is immediately to our south, which is the Georgia Power substation. The good news about this site is that it doesn't use any parking, nor do any other uses that are immediately next to us. And so Bolton Street has about 25 parking spaces on it, which most of the time, if you drive down Bolton Street, and I went been by this many times, it looks about like this. 3 cars, maybe 4 cars. This is my car right here. So we have a significant amount of on-street parking spaces that are available to us. Again, because of the layout of the project and because of where it's specifically located, Georgia Power Plant, industrially zoned railroad track, about to be redeveloped apartment complex, vacant commercial property, vacant lot, and one residence turned sideways, we have a great benefit of not having very many neighbors. That's part of the reason this is a great site. This is a site for multifamily. The city is desperately looking for transient-oriented housing. This piece of property is located on 2 different CAT routes. There are 3 bus stops in the immediate vicinity. It's walking distance to a grocery store, it's walking distance to an elementary school, it's walking distance to a middle school, it's walking distance to numerous churches. And with the revitalization of the property across the street in the old theater and the addition of 10,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space into our development, we believe that this will be a great addition and a location for people to come and have services that may not be immediately available since the Starfish Cafe closed diagonally across the street. As far as the project is concerned itself, we began meeting with staff in December of 2022. When we originally applied for this project, we applied for DX. We asked for DX because it was what was similarly located on the same property on the west side of the city, and we believed, as the city did when they rezoned all that property DX, that it provided flexibility to essentially expand downtown into areas that needed redevelopment on the west side of the city, and then now it's been used on parts of the east side of the city. MPC staff, through our work with them, asked us to change that to an SPD. They asked us to do an SPD for the purposes of finding middle ground between DX standards, which are basically none, and the TC2, which exists on the site. They provided us with an example of an SPD to use to draft our SPD, and that's what we did. Over the course of 10 months, we worked with staff. We had at least 10 staff meetings, numerous neighborhood meetings. We were on the agenda for this board 5 times. This is now our 3rd public hearing on the matter. Throughout that process, we've had numerous neighborhood meetings, delivered our plans to different neighborhood meetings, to different neighborhoods, taken questions, answered as many questions as we can. Unfortunately, over all that process prior to November, we were not able to reach an agreement with staff for the project that they would support. If you recall back in November, I specifically asked at the end of the hearing that we be voted one way or another so that we could move on to the city and work with city staff to try to see if there was a way to do the project in a manner in which the city would be happy with. And that's what happened. In November, the project was voted for denial. We moved on and started working with city staff. And that's how we ended up back here today. Over a course of several months and meetings, we made revisions to the project that you see today. We also, again, had neighborhood meetings, sent out our revised plans as we went along. The site plan and layout, this will kind of show the layout of the buildings, which staff showed as well. What we heard, primary specific comments that we heard in November were that there was a desire not to have a fifth story. There was a specific desire not to have lane access in the existing lane. The concern that was expressed by neighbors across the street in the V&A was that they were concerned that cars would come out of the lane and cross Broad and go down their lane, which is a gravel lane, typical lane. And so there was concern expressed about that. There was also concern expressed about the structured parking facility. And so through our work with city staff, we reduced the height of the project to 4 stories for a total of 49 feet, which is 4 feet above what is permitted currently in a TC2 and 2 feet above the project next door. Second, we eliminated the the parking list system for the structured parking. We're gonna have underground structured parking. I'm not sure about the comments about not having information about the parking or about staff comments about that we are gonna have inadequate parking. It references in our staff report, we're gonna have inadequate parking. We're gonna park somewhere between 185 and 210 spaces in our garage. We also have 25 spaces on the street, which you don't count, but 185 to 210 spaces. We have to park every unit. We have to park the whole project. There's no indication anywhere that we're not going to meet the parking requirements. We're not asking for parking variance as a reduction from the units. We acknowledge the location. The third thing is we remove the lane from the project. So we're working with the city to acquire the lane. You can see we built the project covering the lane. In order to acknowledge the fact that the historic lane was there, we've made the entire section of the lane glass so that you can see directly through it where the lane used to be. We also included horizontal facade divisions and step backs to show the buildings in less than 10,000 square foot footprints as appear from the outside. We shortened the buildings for approved fire access, and we widened the access on a Bolton. The result of all these changes, as we believe, is a better designed project. We believe it is consistent with the numerous projects that I've shown you that are located in the very similar location and on the same side of East Broad as within the blocks of our property. Through that process, yes, we did not reduce the number of units. We were able to add ground by going over the lane and changing the design of the building. We actually ended up being able to make the units larger, and we added about 7,500 square feet of total space. Those units will be a mix of studios, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, between 500 square feet and 1,400 square feet, which is also consistent with all of these other projects. Looking at the staff report, it seems as if height and lot coverage and the uses themselves are not really an issue. The objections appear to be in 2 parts, one to density and one to control. On one hand, we're being asked to tie our project to specific conceptual elevations, which would keep the size and the scale of the project exactly as we've shown it. On the other hand, we're being asked to reduce the number of units by 50 units. We fail to understand why we would want to have the same building on the same piece of property with less units in a city that has a 10,000 unit housing shortage and is desperately trying to supply housing to its citizens. And why would we want to decrease the total number of units when, as mentioned, frankly, by the city manager, it doesn't necessarily reduce the amount of occupancy or the amount of the bedrooms? I mean, in theory, we could convert 51 bedrooms into 2 bedrooms, have 50 less units. We'd be required to provide 50 less parking spaces. We'd have the exact same number of rooms. So we provide 50 less spaces, have the exact same number of people on the site. And all that's going to do is it hurts the marketability of the project. It could potentially lower the parking. And what it especially does is drives up rents. What it does is it creates higher rents. When you have to build underground parking spaces, an underground parking garage at $30,000, $50,000 a space, whatever it's going to cost, those changes drive up the cost of the project. There's also no indication, and I haven't heard any indication of a negative impact of this density to this area or to the streets we're using. East Broad is intended to have additional traffic on it. We've moved the traffic out of the lane. We're going to provide adequate parking to park every unit. And so other than saying that density isn't consistent with other uses, although it does fall directly in the middle of the chart that was provided to you, other than saying it's just bad for density's sake, we don't understand why we wouldn't want to have density if the project itself is going to be there. And we need that density in order to address policy concerns that exist in our city. As for control, we believe that what's being requested in the staff requirements or the staff conditions is unprecedented on any other projects. I've certainly never seen, and I'm unaware of this board or the city ever requiring approval of floor plans, of the interior floor plans of apartment units in a multifamily development. I've also never heard of controlling how parking spaces are assigned to individual units. The ordinance in Savannah requires that you have one space per unit, which we will provide. Whether we assign them permanently or not, I'm not sure how it's relevant. And then lastly, architectural design and building material usage down to the percentage of the building materials. It was mentioned by staff last Wednesday that the 70% number came from looking at our conceptual designs and deciding that it looked like it was about 70% brick. It's not based on anything that's in a historic standard. It's not based on, it's just trying to tie us specifically to the conceptual site plan. To be clear, there are no design requirements on this site. It's not subject to review for that purpose. We included facade design standards. If you look in the SPD we submitted, we included historic facade design standards in our PUD voluntarily. Divisions of facades horizontally. We had exterior materials called out as far as what was permitted and what was prohibited. We did this based on the PUD document that was provided to us by the city. Staff in its report struck that entire framework and has asked to specifically tie our zoning to the conceptual site plan. The purpose of that framework was to decide, just like everywhere else in the city, framework that leads to good design. But I do want everybody to understand the designs, the elevations we showed are conceptual. I'm not saying they're going to change dramatically, but they are going to change some. It's a conceptual design. The purpose of the framework is to allow us to work when we get to specific site plan to determine exactly how it's going to work and how it's going to look. If we tie this SPD to the conceptual elevations, then if we change it, if we change the way the facade looks or change the window placement or decide we're going to have 60% brick, we would have to rezone the property. So we would have to come back, start back over, and redo the SPD to change the terms for that. But there's good news in this, which is that our specific site plan has to come back to the MPC, to this commission. It's already written in the ordinance that way. So if this gets approved and City Council adopts this SPD with our site plan, we're tied to the site plan, we're tied to the facade guidelines that we provided, and when we get to a specific site plan with specific layout, it all comes back here for another public hearing, no matter what happens. And so we will be back here before you with the definitive project as to what it's going to look like when we get there. So, and I apologize, I know it's long. This is obviously there's a lot of interest in this. It's been going on for 18 months, so I appreciate it. But we did work with city staff, and we did work to come up with a set of guidelines that the city was supportive of. And they were not included in the report, but I want to show them here because I think it's important. And the city requirements are listed in black. We agreed to these conditions that they would be approved on the PD approval before we went back to council last time. And I've added in red certain conditions that are in the MPC staff report. Some of these conflict to a certain degree. Some of them will show you that some of these items are already addressed in what was proposed by the city. But we think that this list, which adds a few of these items, it addresses the signage, it addresses the city right-of-ways, it addresses the fact that the right-of-way for the church is already covered. We believe that what it does is it preserves the project as an SPD as we applied for it, with design standards to guide what the final product will going to look like, and treats us like all the other projects that have been built to do similar designs and similar projects all over the east and west side of the city without putting us in a situation that is completely unique from every other apartment development in the area by requiring us to be tied to conceptual site plans and tied to approval of floor plans, et cetera. We believe that the project that we've presented and with these conditions is consistent with numerous others, as we have said. And we've worked over 18 months to try to get to this point and get to a place where we believe we have a good project. We've worked really hard at this with both the MPC staff and the city. I appreciate their contributions from both sides. And we would ask that you would approve the SPD as we presented it and as city sent it back with the conditions that we're showing here. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Mr. McCorkle?
Why shouldn't we hold you to specific design standards?
I am happy to be held to specific design standards. We included design standards in our SPD document. If there's a discussion to be had about adding additional design standards to it, then we're happy to have that discussion. What's being asked of us is that we be tied to specific conceptual elevations. Those elevations are conceptual. Now, they're shown what can be done within the parameters that we laid out in our SPD, but our project, just like every other project that's zoned, even every other SPD in the city, has just that, design standard guidelines, parameters to work within. I'm unaware of any projects that are tied, unless they're subject to historic review, that are tied to specific site plans. And if that were the case, what we have is conceptual. It's going to change, and if we tie it to it, the biggest issue from a procedural standpoint is if we tie it to it and then we change the windows or we change to 60% brick, we would have to start this process back over, reapply to rezone, and come back to the process again.
So I think, what I understand and what I appreciate in MPC's staff's working on this is looking at a concept plan that looks, some people could look at it and say that's a very attractive building. Maybe other people disagree. It is about holding that concept, which is being sold to the community as the thing that's actually going to be built. And I think there's some value in that. I certainly understand your point about, that it is just a concept and things change. So how do we build in those design standards? And what, in your estimation, in the design standards that were included in the SPD petition didn't necessarily meet MPC staff's idea of good materials or meeting a certain design element? Where do you think your petition fell short, and where can it be strengthened?
I'm unsure of the direct answer to that because, frankly, we did not receive over the course of this process specific feedback on the design standards that we provided to the MPC over the last year. My understanding is that from what's been said is that what's being asked of us is specifically to not have standards, but just tie us to the conceptuals. I think that if you look at the standards that we provided, we base them on the other historic facade standards that exist in the districts that are across the street from us. There's provisions in there about horizontal divisions in the buildings and about building blocking and other things like that, which we took from those ordinances. We specifically limited the materials to brick and stucco and a couple of others, and we eliminated others. We specifically try to control the roof lines and other things like that. And so, if we wanted to say something in there that said, rather than tie it to the conceptuals, to say we expect that the building is going to be at least 50% brick, so that it's not a guess based on what it is, which is what it is now, which is the 70% number, then I think that something like that is fine. If there's an issue with the materials that we've listed, then I think addressing those issues is fine. We haven't seen any specific comments like that. But there is a danger, and I'm unaware of any project being tied to the conceptual elevations that are being presented. And every project outside of historic review, there's going to be some change of it over the time of the process. But I'm happy to consider and happy to listen to adding framework requirements about differing materials or anything else. Other than that, we've shown these site plans, obviously, to all the surrounding neighborhoods. We've showed them here today. We've done it in public hearings. And so as of right now, that's what we expect the building to look like. But if that does in fact change to some degree, we don't want to be in a position where we have to rezone the property.
I understand. Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Irvin?
Thank you. I'm looking at your city conditions, and my question becomes twofold. My understanding of the Metropolitan Planning Commission is that we set the conditions. Am I correct? When I'm seeing something that says city conditions that hasn't come before us initially, it broadsides me. And I don't know what discussions have taken place between you and the city or whomever. That doesn't fly for me. I can't speak for my commissioners. We set the pace, as I understand it, by statute, legislative statute. This is nice to see, but you're presenting something to me, and I would assume my other board members that haven't seen this yet. And I'd like an explanation why.
I'm not trying, obviously this body as a recommending body as well, it can recommend whatever it wants to recommend. There's no doubt about it. And y'all have a recommendation from staff that has a list of 13 conditions that they have asked y'all. All I'm trying to do is propose what we would propose to be those conditions. It's ultimately up to y'all to decide what those are going to be. Those conditions that are listed in black on there were worked out with city staff over a process of a few months after we left MPC the last time. I don't know what was sent back from the city to the MPC staff in advance of reconsideration of this hearing today. I didn't know that y'all had not seen them before right now. I would have assumed that you had, but I understand the concern. But I don't control, I don't know what gets sent back to you from the city. We were sent back here from city council for the purpose of reconsidering what had been re-forwarded to them for approval. Those conditions were what were attached to what was sent to city council for approval. And so I assume that what came back looked the same, but I don't know.
I don't normally bristle at items like this, but when I'm seeing something for the first time and I'm being asked to make a decision on it for the first time, I have questions to ask. I heard some statements about the project on Louisville Road. I mean, you're talking apples and oranges in my brain when you talk about density. Part of what we talked about with Louisville Road was that those students who have bicycles, et cetera, wasn't set up for cars. And I'm not going to get into my concerns about density. I'm just more concerned about this city conditions that I see for the first time. And I know I can't make a position one way or the other when I'm seeing something new. This is all new to me. Our staff recommendations, I see that, but this is different. And when I see city's conditions, that means that to me, you've got some conditional something from the city that tells you we can do this before it comes to me.
That's not my intent.
Okay, and I understand your intent. I understand. Follow me, please. Conditions tell me that something has been said prior to coming here. Some promises have been made prior to getting to me.
Madam Chair.
Some discussions have taken place
Irving.
prior. Excuse me. I have the floor. Some conversations have taken place prior to coming here, and I'm not saying anything untoward took place. I'm just saying that when it gets here, I don't want to see it for the first time. That's all my position is. And perhaps we can have a further discussion about it later date, so where we aren't blindsided as a commission. But when I see this, this means a discussion was held outside of the MPC. That's my statement, and that's it.
Mr. Coles is next.
So I have a couple of things. One, just to add to the record of this process, when this left MPC last, before it went to City Council, and it was recommended for denial, a lot of the changes that we had requested initially happened post this body.
Yes.
And before City Council. So for your client, it would have been wise to change those things prior to our vote instead of passing us and then going on to City Council in a morphed format. That's why City Council bounced it back to us, because what they were being presented was not what we had been presented and what our recommendation was based off of. So I just want to add that to the record. The second thing, as far as density goes, I understand the shape and size of the building is going to be the same. When you convert something, say 185 one-bedroom units, and that's not going to be the mix, but let's just say, for argument's sake, 185 one-bedroom units. Those are shoeboxes. Now, if you're forced to convert that by lower density into, say, 2- and 3-bedroom spaces, you can only make a bedroom so small to fit a bed. But all of those units will have at least a certain amount of living space so that the experience of those tenants is not that they're in a tiny shoebox. And I understand that we need more housing units, and I'm all for that. But I do think there should be a floor. And you said a mixture of 500 to 1,400 square foot units. There's a big difference between those two things. So I understand the desire to get a floor plan so that we see what the mixture is. Because, say, what we've seen before, 435 square foot is, pushing it towards tenement housing instead of actual livable spaces. So I just want to clarify from you, and that's what we're looking for, is some kind of idea of what these spaces are going to be. While we want to build more housing, we also want to make them livable for the people who will reside in them.
Mr. Noah?
Just a simple question. Did the city, I'm asking Mr. Morrow, did you have a copy of this that's on our screen prior to today?
No, I did not. What we received in a subsequent meeting with Ms. Liddy and the city manager just a few minutes before the meeting actually took place.
Okay.
There was no official resubmission other than that one email.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. But you did get it prior to the meeting?
I have never formally received this document. I cannot even read it where I'm sitting,
Okay.
to be honest.
Okay.
To be clear, the conditions that are listed on here were on the staff report that went to City Council at the last City Council meeting. They were attached and included in the public packets that were posted for public consumption in connection with the City Council meeting, and were on the city manager's recommendation, and were on the staff report. It never got presented to City Council because it was remanded back here for the purposes of having this discussion today, but it was all tied to and noticed as part of the public record when it went back to City Council. Again, I have no idea whether when that came back here, it got sent to you or not. Given that council sent it back for it to be reviewed, I assumed that it had. I did want to make a comment back to Mr. Coles, which is, I understand the concern. What we're going to have is a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units, just like every other project. My point is, I'm unaware of there ever being, I can stand here and say to you today, we think we're going to have 101 bedroom units, maybe 52 bedroom units, and 35 3-bedroom units, based on the way we have conceptually laid out the project. We still have a specific master plan we have to provide, which is going to, be $500,000 worth of engineering and architectural design to get through that process. This process for an SPPD is bifurcated on purpose. So what we're talking about today is just creating an SPD that has a framework for what it's going to look like and where it's going to go and how it's going to sit on the property. Then we go back, if it's approved, and we go back to specific development plan, which will determine how many one-bedrooms, how many two-bedrooms, how many three-bedrooms, what all of those things are going to look like. And when we apply for that, it will come back here to this commission for a public hearing to have that discussion about what that looks like. I'm just unaware from a zoning standpoint at this stage of the game of there ever being requirements for approvals of floor plan layouts for units or for a distinction of a specific unit mix in a multifamily development in order to obtain approval of a zoning for multifamily. That's my only point. I think when we get back here for a specific development plan, you'll know what the building's going to look like. You're going to know exactly how many units there are on those other things. And we'll have to operate within the parameters that we passed today.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. And Ms. Bowles is next.
I think I can put a bow on this.
Microphone.
Lorraine Bowles, I think I can put a bow on this. There were a number of deficiencies in the packet that was submitted to us. We're trying to get to a place where we can approve something that's acceptable to you, the community, your client. But what I'm understanding is when I see this list of conditions, I'm going to quote you, and because what you said was, I'm going to put this on the screen because it wasn't included in our packet. And that's why we're having this discussion, because it wasn't included in our packet. So we're seeing it for the first time, and I am having difficulty reading it. So, but I think we can put a bow on that. One of my questions is, how much community engagement did you have? You talked about extensive community engagement. Specifically, I'd like to hear about who was not included, right? Because I heard some information. You talked about BN1 or the neighborhood across the street. Are there communities that were not included, and how would you characterize the overall community engagement and the response that you received?
We are located in one neighborhood, which is East Side. We have, as the city has had issues with communicating with a representative of East Side, we reached out over a period, again, this has been going on for 18 months, so we've had numerous public hearings, signs have been on the property for a year and a half, off and on, and we communicated via emails, phone calls to all the numbers that were provided us by city and staff for the East Side neighborhood. Over that entire time frame, I'm unaware of us ever receiving a response from the neighborhood that we're located in. My understanding is from our failed hearing last week on the 23rd that there was a representative here for 3 of the neighborhoods on the East Side that apparently includes the East Side.
Okay.
And so my understanding is they met on site with my client, with Alderman Leggett, shortly after that meeting, either the day after or the same day. We have sent out over the course of this 18 months. At one point, I think when we originally went through this, we had a list of all of the neighborhood meetings, and some of them individual, some of them for broader meetings. I think there were 10 or 12 of them at the time. Since we did these revisions, we had a meeting at the Victorian Neighborhood Association, who I believe sent a letter of support, but we were in the Victorian Neighborhood Association. We fielded questions at that meeting. I believe the Forsyth Park Alliance folks were there as well, and we had that meeting. So in the neighborhood, we experienced a great deal of trouble getting in touch with a contact for our neighborhood, but we made as much contact as I think we could. And then as I understand it, I've had conversations with Thomas Square and the Victorian Neighborhood Association, which is across the street with Forsyth Park Alliance, and other surrounding neighborhoods over the terms of this process.
Okay. So then we'll get an opportunity, I understand, to hear
Sure.
from the East Side. I have a couple of other questions. So you were quite extensive on the context and your knowledge of the other apartment buildings. Would you be able to tell us what percentage of those apartment buildings are affordable housing? And I ask that because, yes, the city is in need of housing, but we certainly are in need of affordable housing.
Sure. I'm unaware of any percentage of them being for affordable housing. I am not aware of any of the projects that we showed going down the Montgomery corridor, nor any of the projects that are currently located on East Broad as having, none of them are affordable housing developments, and I don't believe any of them have a percentage of affordable housing either. I believe that as we fight this housing crisis that we have in the city, there was a comment made last week about the fact that we first have to address, I think, one, we have to address the market need, because once that market need gets met, then it'll force pressure on providing additional affordable housing. I also think affordable housing, because I've represented affordable housing developers over the years plenty of times, and all of them either require tax credits in connection with the affordable housing projects they do, or they do joint ventures with the city, where the city creates incentives for them to come in and develop affordable housing. Unfortunately, in the market that we're in right now, those tax credits are not readily available for affordable housing developers, which is why you haven't seen many around here over the last few years as we've been talking about it. And as it sits right now, there are no incentives in place from the city standpoint as far as trading off affordable housing components for incentives on the development. So we're not currently showing an affordable housing component, but I'm unaware of any of the other developments having one either.
And then final question, could you address the stormwater management deficiencies?
Yeah, so there's a lot of stories to all of these various comments that, and I don't want to get into a back and forth of all of this at all, but we heard from the SPR, when we had our SPR meeting, we heard comments from stormwater about concerns about there may need to be improvements made to the stormwater facilities that are located within the public streets that are surrounding our project. So that's on the list of things that have to be addressed in connection with our specific development plan. When you go through these SPD processes or any kind of a PUD process, the initial process is always the rezoning with essentially a one-page site plan that says this is what we want to do. We haven't addressed traffic studies and sewer improvements or road improvements, other things like that. All of that will come in connection with a specific development plan when we get to that level of development. And when we do, we'll be back here at the commission for approval.
Thank you. I wanted to clear up a few things, and Mr. Irving, sorry for interrupting you earlier, but I think it's important to kind of clear some of the air so that the conversation can be focused on the zoning matter and not the process. The document that says city conditions, I'm not sure where that document was originated, but the city does not have conditions. Those conditions that are written in black were recommended conditions that I added to the petition when it went before City Council several weeks ago. City Council, and that was all part of the public record. Mr. Morrow was there, Ms. Wilson was there, Ms. Jarrett, you were at that meeting as well, and all of the materials and packets that were at that City Council meeting included those recommended conditions that were on this revised petition. Because I cannot remand a project back to City Council, I also made the recommendation that City Council send it back to MPC. City Council sent this project, revised project, back to MPC, which is why we're seeing it now. The City Council has no conditions. Those conditions that were listed on that page, the ones in the black font, were conditions that I recommended when it previously was at City Council several weeks ago. There's been no approval, explicit or implicit, to any of these conditions. The new petition, the revised petition, was sent back to MPC so that this board could hear it, so that staff could review the changes that were made subsequent to the last review that MPC made last fall.
Thank you for your clarification. I wasn't trying to insinuate anything untoward. I just see city conditions and my brain goes, conditions.
If I may, I just want to chime in real quick here. One of the things also that happened in this particular case was I did talk to Mr. Milder about this case and this process, and a few of those conditions that he has in black are conditions that we discussed that needed to be added, because normally there are conditions that we would put if we were doing a demolition, because there are two older duplexes located on that site, with regards to trying to make sure we did some salvaging if there's anything to salvage of those properties. So some of that is stuff that we discussed. But the other thing, and I just want to make this clear, because when someone says, oh, we've been talking with MPC for 18 months, it makes it look like we were just being derelict in our responsibilities. We basically spent almost a year with his client. Half the time he was not there, going over a lot of the stuff that you see here. So a lot of these changes that are made are changes that we were trying to get the applicant to make before it came before you all for review. So I really want to make that clear. We were trying to work. Our goal always is, what is it that we can do, if anything, to make something that can be either supported clearly, or if it can't be supported, we try to be very straightforward with regards to why we are denying it. As far as the apartment layout for the interiors, that is not something that we asked for from an NPC standpoint, just to let you know. That is something that came from the SPR group that includes city staff from multiple departments. And that was done because there were several components of the submission that had missing pieces to it that we couldn't get. So in order to deal with trying to figure out some issues, whether it's parking and some other stuff, and traffic, that was something that was requested. When we got this item remanded back to us, we got the plan. We did not get any changes per se to the actual document itself, and that document kind of needed to have some changes, but that was not something that happened at all. So we basically have the same set of criteria that we started out with. So that is why you have got the list of detailed conditions, because we want to make it clear that, yes, there are some components of this that can be great, and this could possibly work if we have these conditions addressed and these things put forward. The other piece of this as well, which just as a reminder, is that when you've got the size based on that location for commercial that's not residential use, and you've got the 3 stories, the only thing that we had to look at was the 185 units, which when we did the math ended up being about 435 square feet, which was part of the petition that we got. I'm glad to hear that the units are proposed to be a little bit bigger, because that's one of the things that we have been pushing for, and that there is going to be hopefully a mix of units. These are our recommendations based on the information that we got, but we did have some voids. We were trying to move this forward so that the city council could make a decision based on what is submitted. So I want to clear that up. I hope I haven't missed anything, Mr. Morrow, that we didn't have when we were doing this second review. But our goal was to try to get this to be something that we could support as staff to move forward to you all, and also to move forward to city council.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'd like to ask a couple of questions and make some clarifications. Were you aware that Mr. Elder did not ask for a zoning change?
Mr. Elder?
Yes, the property across the street, you made reference to the fact that he didn't have to do any of the things that we're asking you to do.
Yes, they asked for a zoning variance.
They asked for a zoning variance. They came before the ZBA, and the first time they came before the ZBA, they were turned down because they had not interacted with the community well enough. The second time they came to the ZBA, they got their 4 stories, but they didn't get their 4 stories on the entire site. They got their 4 stories back in the back of the site. He did separate the buildings. He's got 10,000 square foot building footprints. He followed the TC requirements. He has units that reflect the TC requirements. That's why he didn't have to jump through the hoops that we're asking you to jump through. On the Montgomery corridor, are you aware that there is an enterprise development zone there, or there was? I'm not sure if it's still in effect or not, but there was at the time that the 3 and 4 story buildings were proposed there.
I am aware of it. It does not extend the entire length of where the buildings are now. Most of the buildings, that once you pass, I forgot where the line is as far as the street, were approved either through rezonings or through PUDs for the particular height and size of the buildings. But yes, for part of that corridor, there was at one time an additional story allowed, yes.
Okay. And at least one of those projects brought to us a pattern book. They brought to us a book that says, we're going to use these materials, we're going to put them in like this. If we don't do this, you can stop our project. So it isn't completely unforeseen or, yes, unprecedented, thank you, that someone could come in with exactly what it is they plan to build and ask for zoning change based on those changes. So I just wanted to point that out as well. I, too, had questions about the neighborhood meetings, but we'll let that go. Are there any other questions for Mr. McCorkle? All right, we have citizen input now. I'm going to ask for 2 minutes of citizen input because we have a number of people who would like to speak. We're going to start with Mr. Hunsrucker.
Yeah, that's in the, anyway, I'll start. We support the 13 conditions recommended by the staff. By following the recommendation, the applicant will respect the location in its current TC2 zoning. What's missing from the recommendation is respect for historic resources, which is called, oops, how do I go through this? Thank you. Where was I?
I'm sorry?
Missing from the recommendation is a respect for historic resources.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, hi. My name is Jim Hunschrecker. I'm president of the Forsyth Park Community Alliance.
Thank you.
What's missing from the recommendation is a respect for historic resources, which is called for within the first 2 paragraphs of the ordinance, section 6.1.1a. The 5 historic buildings on site are nonetheless historic. In 1871, plat documents that the 600 Gwinnett Lane is a historic infrastructure. City of Savannah has learned through mistakes in the past that lanes should not be sold, 400 Oglethorpe Lane, East Oglethorpe Lane. That's why it is perplexing that the lane now appears to be for sale. The applicant has not provided enough information to the MPC and therefore the public to make good faith decisions at this juncture. How better to understand how 185 apartments with an unknown number of beds, how better to understand the arrangement on the site, but with floor plans of 2nd and 3rd and 4th floors. Those floor plans should be provided but are not, section 6.1.17d. How better to understand how the massive 4-story structure relates to the surrounding neighborhood, but with scale mock-up of the area, but this is not provided. The applicant has to evaporate the surrounding neighborhood buildings to provide the perspective elevations of this 53-foot tall monolithic structure. The elevations also show cars parked in the right turn lane on East Broad and cars parked in the 14-foot wide dedicated fire lane on Gwinnett Street. How better to understand the impact of the building? How better to understand the impact of the building with 4 floors, 212,000 square feet, and with only 1 entrance and exit on narrow Bolton Street. How better to understand this structural impact, but with a maximum number of trips generated by the site. I just have a few more sentences.
Can you get someone to give you their time? Okay. All right, and your name?
Denise Flojo.
Okay, thank you.
I'd rather have, well, anyway, I had somebody set up. Anyway, how better to understand the impact of the building with 4 floors, 212,000 square feet, with only 1 entrance and exit on narrow Bolton Street. How better to understand the structure impact, but with a maximum number of trips generated by the site as required in section 6.1.17L. Bolton Street has the only immediate on-street parking of 25 spaces, previously said. When both sides are occupied on Bolton Street becomes a 1 lane where drivers must yield and pass. So all the 150 occupants have to go out in that direction. The applicant needs to design within the limits limitations of the site and the historic resources, which instead they chose to destroy. Savannah's longstanding values of preservation should not be eroded by rewarding the developer's destruction of historic resources with the sale of Savannah's assets. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Ellie Isaacs.
Ellie Isaacs, Director of Preservation for Historic Savannah Foundation. HSF is adamantly opposed to the zoning changes and proposed development at this location. There are far too many staff conditions to be allowed to move forward. Prior to the statements made during this meeting today, nothing has been mentioned in the application regarding the several historic homes on the site, nor the historic brick street abutting East Gwinnett. And no effort has been made to return the lane. The project is not compatible in scale, height, or design to the visually related surrounding area in the East Side Historic Districts or the two adjacent historic districts, because prior to what you've been told, this site is in the East Side National Register Historic District. It's just not a local district. What happens on the peripheral of our districts directly impacts the integrity of those districts, and Savannah desperately needs affordable housing and deserves sensitivity and compatibility in all new development.
Are there any questions for Ms. Isaacs? I have a question. I do have a question for you. Can you tell me what your thoughts are on the Montgomery corridor?
I think that we've learned from our mistakes, and I will keep it at that. Anything else?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Yes.
Pat Johnson?
I'm going to give my time to Mr. Rowell.
All right. To whom? Okay. Mary Ann, I'll never get that last name right.
No, forget it.
Please state it when you come up.
Mary Ann Goydish, resident, Victory and Cedar. 1, aesthetics. No trees. Savannah is designated tree city. There's not a bit of green anywhere in this building. I'm from New York, I'll talk fast. 2, flood. Savannah is a flood zone. Underground parking. Ellis Square, flooded? You're gonna park 185 cars and get them flooded? And who's gonna pay the damage? As Mr. Huntaker said, Bolton is 2 ways. Parking, then how do they get in and out? 3, railroad. We have a railroad track going through. Railroad train, toot, 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 toot. It blocks traffic. It's also noise. Is CSX going to put in, according to Mr. Senator Ossoff, a quiet zone? I mean, 185 people are going to be living with toot, 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 and then they're going to say, I didn't know? Number 3, has anyone talked to CSX? Oh, underground parking garage. The architect said, in order to prevent flooding, there will be an underground pond. He said pond. I think he meant underground system. A pond is open. You are not going to put open water under an apartment building with 185 stores. So you have an underground system. An underground system is piped. It's piped and the water evaporates or seeps. What is the soil consistency 100 feet down or 30 feet down? Is it silt, loam, clay? Is it clay? The water ain't going nowhere. So where's that water going to go? Has anyone talked to CNX to know that an underground pond or underground plumbing system is being installed 20 feet from their tracks? It can't go to Gwinnett. Gwinnett is already flooding. Broad floods south. Bolton Street floods east. So you're going to go southeast into the underground. What the hell are we doing?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any questions? Mr. Jones, Andrew Jones. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Berrien Jones. I'm a resident of the downtown and chair of the Oglethorpe Plan Coalition. We acknowledge that the developer has eliminated the fifth floor, and we do appreciate that change. However, the developer plans to destroy multiple historic buildings associated with the historic African-American community. These buildings are part of the East Side Meadows Collinsville Historic District, which, as mentioned before, is in the National Register of Historic Places. It's not protected by the local ordinance, but it is recognized by the federal government. These buildings are restorable. Here's a picture of them. They're similar to buildings you see all along the East 500 blocks in the historic district. Not only are they restorable, that is affordable housing right there. So we're going to destroy the existing affordable housing. Doesn't make sense. Section 6.11 of the ordinance says that a planned development is expected to deliver innovative and exceptional quality community designs that preserve environmental, historic, and cultural resources. This plan does not do that. It does not preserve historic resources. I also have a question. It was brought to my attention that the notice for this hearing fails to include that city lot with a PIN ending in 002. So we're having a hearing about rezoning a piece of property that was not included in the notices for this procedure. I think there's a problem there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Chantel Morton.
Thank you so much. My name is Chantel Morton, and I live in the Beach Institute neighborhood. I have timed this, and I'm going to talk really fast to keep it at 2:25. So thank you for your service and your opportunity to address my opposition to the proposed rezoning for the multi-use development project being proposed. I appreciate that our elected officials returned this item to you so proper steps are followed. These processes provide accountability, thorough vetting, and preserve the transparency of accurate and honest decision-making. It is my hope that the livability and identity of our neighborhoods are respected above those of the developer's needs to have fiscally viable projects. The changes to this historically and culturally rich corner of Savannah's east side would not only directly impact the character and identity and integrity of the east side neighborhood, but also Dixon Park neighborhood, Beach Institute historic neighborhood, downtown neighborhood, and also the Victorian neighborhood. My opposition is based on the piecemealing approach to zoning, which adding to lack of cohesion throughout Savannah and the county currently. My concerns with rezoning and what actually will be built, the scale of this development, the height, density, commercialization of a neighborhood, traffic congestion, traffic flow, drainage, lack of pedestrian scale, incorporating city property as its own, and such as the lane and the right-of-ways affordability, and more. It does not seem that much has changed since your denial previously, which is also part of my concern. The parking requirements are being avoided or ignored, and massiveness of the structure overshadows the area, which seems to invite even greater density to a community and loss of identity. No sense of place, civic pride, or open space. In addition, the comments and pleas for more affordable housing rates for living space continues to be heard. Yet, we have numerous homes, apartments, and even now new buildings that are used as vacation rentals, sitting vacant, being neglected, and even being razed. Developers may have their projects be approved with the understanding.
Sorry.
30 more seconds?
Okay. And what's your name? Okay.
Thank you. Developers that have their projects, okay, developers may have their projects be approved with the understanding that they will build for affordability. However, that promise with other projects have slipped through the cracks somehow for varying reasons, like change of ownership, alterations to plans, lack of oversight, etc. Whatever has been approved in the past should not be why this proposed rezoning for this corner of Savannah should be approved. I am opposed to rezoning for this area. The current zoning should be respected. The livability and identity of our historic and culturally rich neighborhoods should be respected and preserved above those of developers' needs to have fiscally viable projects. Thank you so much for your time and hearing me and for your service to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perch, Ed Perch. Did I get that right? State your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Perch, and I'm a registered architect and formerly a city staffer with the Development Services. And this project was soundly defeated 12-1 last year, of course, and without any notification or changes on the placards on the job site, here we are today. No notifications were sent out. This is sort of stunning to me that the processes aren't being followed. Despite that defeat, we've been working, the forum has been working with the city staffers in the manager's office with no input until our voices are now being heard, so thank you so much for that. This project is massive and out of scale for this single-family neighborhood. 185 apartments plus commercial. To me, that's about 400 people and about 400 cars, any way you shake it out. It's clogging up an already dangerous intersection. The building is directly on the property lines, 100% lot coverage, a huge carbon concrete footprint, 4 stories high. This thing Savannah is unique based upon Oglethorpe's plan, includes our beautiful squares, wards, tithing lots, which this property is an identical to any ward tithing lot in the lanes, which are the veins and lifeblood of the city. This project proposes to block and build over East Gwinnett Lane and ignore a 15-foot access right-of-way that was listed on all the Sanborn maps from 1960, and the city surveyor even showed me that there's a 15-foot unnamed access lane parallel to the railroad tracks that traverses the east side, and I don't know where that went to, but it's somehow not been shown. Look anywhere that a lane has been removed, for example, Kroger, the bathroom tile buildings. We lose circulation, city service capabilities, light, air, and most importantly, we put firefighters' lives at risk. I mean, to me, that's just incredible to allow this to be built over a lane. The historic church, which sat on East Broad and East Gwinnett Lane since the 1870s, has already been demolished. The adorable, historic, affordable cottages will be next. The tenants have already been evicted as of April 1st. Next to go will be
Mr. Perch, I've got to stop you.
Beautiful live oak 24-inch tree that sits on this property.
Thank you.
No one's even talked about that tree.
Thank
Anyway,
you.
thank you guys so much, and I beg you to deny this request and leave it to current.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Higgins, Michael Higgins.
Hi, my name is Michael Higgins, and I'm the resident owner of 625 East Broad Street, which is located in the downtown historic district and being directly impacted by the proposed development. I walk out my front door and look to the south and see a large open area just aching for development, but the right development, one that will be an asset to the area, have reasonably high density, bring people to our area, and foster economic and social growth that will be an asset to a neighborhood. This is not that development. I implore you not to grant the rezoning of this property from TC2. Great development can be done under TC2 zoning. One only needs to look across the street to Gwinnett Street to a project currently in its early stages of development by Jerome Elder that is being done under TC2, only needing one variance for a small height increase in a very small section of their building. This development is bringing 85 apartments and commercial space to our area and working to repurpose an historic structure. They worked with the neighbors, area groups, and listened to what we've all had to say. The section of their development facing East Broad Street will read as 2 stories, complementing the 2-story buildings in the downtown historic district directly across the street. If you change that zoning on these parcels, you'll be giving free rein to a basically unrestricted development. The current design is institutionally bland at best, devoid of any urban creativity. They're proposing 185 apartments throughout a 4-story monolith that will loom over and suffocate the surrounding area. I've worked in community and historic area development for more than 3 decades, and have always strongly believed that you can and must say no to bad development, because at some point, the right development will come. This is not that development. Please do not change the zoning to allow for this dangerous product. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. And Mr. Riley, Tony Riley.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for hearing us, and I appreciate it.
State your name for the record, please.
Tony Riley, and I'm in the 600 block of East Walboro Street. I want to thank all of my neighbors for coming to support the east side. That has been stated already. We have not really been involved in this decision and this development, but we did get a chance last week on a Friday or Thursday afternoon to have an ad hoc meeting on the corner of this development with Mr. Travis Forum, and he did not have a lot of time to spend with us while we expressed our disagreement with what's going on. So one of the things that we talked about with him was not affordable housing, but low-income housing, because the people that were replaced in this area right now, it was hard for them to find replacement. So there's one lady who just got out because a family member let her have a place temporarily. But she tried to move 2 blocks down the street from somebody who rents the same property. They would not rent from her because she was renting for $900, now they wanted $1,500. So that's the same kind of thing. Mr. Forum, Travis, I think his name was, so they were not interested in a low-income housing because there's $1 million impact fee that they have to pay the city in order to do this development. I think the city could waive that $1 million if they put in the low-income housing at that location. Another thing that was stated today was about the museum building that's across the railroad track. It's not empty. That building is occupied. But those people also want to do a development, but they offered the church very little money, so the church would not sell to them, so they do not have enough property right now to develop what they want. Then there is the commercial parking on Walboro Street at the Park Avenue parking place. When they came in, we did not know that there was going to be a bar on the corner. So now, as somebody stated, we have a narrow lane that we could drive down our street or wait for cars to come by when the club is in operation. Also, the environmental part of the thing, the underground parking garage and the train trestle that Mr. Travis told me the railroad company had no concern about it, and neither did they. Then there's the church, as I said, the next door, the Evergreen Church, who has a little parking space. They wanted to acquire that, but they wouldn't let them have it. So that church has been there a long time. So underground digging is really going to create a problem for them. Let's see, what else did I want to tell y'all? Real quick. So we talk about the property. We talk about the Victorian neighborhood said, okay, it's okay. But on Drayton and Bolton Street, when a similar project was being proposed there, they were adamantly opposed to it, and it was not developed. So we do not want this intrusion. We have Park Avenue apartment complex. We have 39th Street development. We got the new one on 39th with $300,000 condominiums that are coming there for people to buy. And you just explained what we have going on Montgomery Street. It looks a terrible mess with what we already have going on in that neighborhood. So let's find somewhere else for these people to go. And there's plenty of land around Savannah that they could develop. The man told me that people want to come and live downtown. Well, the people who live downtown want to stay. The people who live in the east side neighborhood, we want to stay in the east side neighborhood. And we do not want our homes and our environment and our community destroyed by these monument buildings coming in, blocking our tree view and our landscape, and just destroying the camaraderie and the love and the affection that we have for this neighborhood for so long. Also, one more thing, there is also the organization, the Purpose-Driven Community. Let's ask them to partner with the Purpose-Driven Community Project, which is purposed solely to create low-income housing. So that is a thing that is going on right now. There's a new development coming over on Wheaton Street with the YMCA, with the Early Childhood Development Program. And so if they want to partner with them and build some low-income housing, I think they'll be glad to sit down and meet with them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, do we have anybody online?
No one right now.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we're, yes, Mr. McCorkle gets an opportunity to rebut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 points of clarification. One, by explaining how long we've been at this process over the last 18 months and how many meetings we had in different versions of this, I was not in trying to imply in any way that staff was being derelict about anything. That was not my intent. I just wanted everyone to understand the process that we've been through as we've worked our way through this, and that we've spent a lot of money and worked very hard to try to get to a project that we think is good. And by having the city manager's recommendations included on a piece of paper before you was also not intended to surprise you with something. All I knew is it wasn't in the staff report, which I saw on Friday afternoon, which maybe that's the same time y'all see it or not, I'm not sure. But there was no ill intent in including what the city manager's recommendations were, which are of public record, in connection with what we were suggesting. I was just trying to, as a, I guess, response to staff's conditions, to provide our conditions with some of staff's conditions added to them. That's all I was trying to demonstrate. We have no intention of destroying the east side neighborhood. This piece of property is not surrounded by residences. It's not. It's surrounded by a 20-foot drop in Gwinnett underneath a train trestle, an industrial property with a train track, and a power substation. That's what it's surrounded by. Most of the east side neighborhood of the residences are on the other side of the train tracks from us. We don't anticipate taking parking from the east side individual single-family residences that are located in that area away from us. We don't anticipate putting traffic onto the streets going back in that direction. This project is a good multifamily site because of its location, because of its lack of being in the middle of a neighborhood, because of its availability to 3 CAT bus stops and 2 schools and a grocery store. And it's consistent with what's been constructed on the east side of East Broad down the property line, as we showed, going all the way from Park down to Liberty. And so we believe that the project will help revitalize this particular piece of property. Yes, we are removing 8 existing apartments in order to replace them with a maximum of 185 apartments. We believe that the project will inject walkable retail and restaurant uses, that it is consistent with what's in the corridor, and that because it has few actual neighbors and because of all the properties that surround it, that it is an ideal location for transportation-based multifamily. And we're not asking to inject any uses into the property. Essentially what we've asked for today, we can build 0 lot line, we can build up a 4 residential, we can build bottom 4 commercial. I mean, ultimately, what we've gone through this process is to, because of the cost of building in this site and because of other reasons, it's different than the Gwinnett site because we don't have a contributing structure in the middle of it that we have to build around. Our site is basically going to be an open block. And by adjusting 1 additional story and by not requiring 10,000 footprint maximums to our buildings, which is essentially the 2 changes we're making, those are the 2 things we're primarily requesting. We're not injecting uses that wouldn't exist here otherwise or doing any of those other things. We tried to incorporate similar historic facade restrictions and other things into our SPD, but that additional floor height and the lack of having to produce 10,000 building footprint firewalls makes it less expensive to construct the project, less expensive to produce the parking, which allows us to produce more parking, and hopefully will keep rents lower than they otherwise would be if we had to develop it with 10,000 building footprint and less units on the same exact piece of property. And so that was the mindset of trying to get to where we were today. There was no ill intent of doing this project either to any of these neighborhoods or to any of these groups that have come out and spoken today. And so there may be different perspectives and different ideas about whether 4-story apartment buildings are a good thing or a bad thing. And if you ask different people about their opinions about the Montgomery corridor and how that's been for the area, I'm sure you'll get different answers to that too. Obviously, we have a different perspective than a lot of people that spoke today. But our intent is just to put in a good project and to continue to work with staff to make that happen. And we'd ask for your consideration and recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Noah.
Can we ask Mr. Morrow to put the recommendation back
Sure.
up, please? Thank you.
Mr. Morrow, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
How much positive response to this project have you received?
None to my recollection.
None?
The current iteration has received only negative. I will say in the original iteration, there was a reversal. There was at first support, and that was changed to not support. And then there was also, I will say, Ms. Maya from the VNA. I don't believe that I got anything in opposition to their original support. All of those things, by the way, are attached to the original agenda item when this was heard in its substance on November 7th, 2023.
All right, thank you.
Actually, I'm going to swap over to this. I think this is easier to see. This is conditions 1 through 8, and of course, the rest of them are on the next slide over.
Go ahead, Mr. Noah.
And it is my understanding that the petitioner is not in agreement with staff recommendation as presented on this 1 through 13.
That is correct. We're fine with some of the conditions, but some of the ones related to specifically tying the project itself to the conceptual site plans and the reduction in density, we were not in agreement with.
A question for staff or the city manager. Should this be approved with these conditions, it then goes to city council and they can alter those conditions and add or take away. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Manager?
Yes, that's a correct statement.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, discussion? Do I have a motion? Go ahead, Mr. Irvin.
I guess I better move it along so we won't be here forever. For purposes of procedure only, motion to approve staff recommendation.
Including the recommendations and conditions?
Conditions, may I amend my motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve, and I'm saying this only for purposes of getting us beyond this point. Motion to approve staff recommendation items 1 through 13 only.
Do I have a second?
Why would he second?
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation, including the conditions. Ms. Amick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
No.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Mr. Kegler? Mr. Kegler.
No.
No?
No.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
No.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I too say no. Motion passes. Probably not a bad idea. Thank you guys for coming. City Council will be hearing it next, and that will be Mr. Melder.
I believe it's May 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
May 9th agenda, 2 o'clock.
I'm sorry,
2 o'clock, Thursday, May 9th.
Thursday, May 9th, 2 o'clock. Mr. Coles?
And just as a reminder, if a lot of the design issues are the concern, that is coming back to MPC for final approval if it passes city council.
Thank you for coming and expressing your opinions.
Madam Chair, if I may, my purpose for only approving it was to, asking for the approval was to move it forward. I'm not in favor of it at all. Let me be very clear to the public about that.
Thank you, and we're going to take a short recess, let you guys clear out, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
We voted for it. How are we going to know if they're going to finish this project based on their history? Just to see what the response is. Because
And feel free to text me. Sometimes
I did.
And sometimes
I did.
I'm
That's what I'm
sorry.
saying.
I'm sorry. I don't have my phone on it, so.
Not even worried about it. For sure. He's tired. You also feather Oh, okay. Sorry. You sure?
Y'all ready? Let's get started again. Our next agenda item is 110 Old Lathrop, text amendment 5.4 for industrial light development. Uh-oh, our planners aren't back yet. Guess we'll wait for a minute more. They're at the door? Come on in, planners. Let's go ahead and get started on our text amendment 5.4 IL.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, members of the board, Edward Morrow again, Director of Development Services here at the MPC. This is another matter that on the very same day was remanded back to MPC for another look, explicitly with the directive that this look more like a special use than a limited use. And so this is a request to amend section 5.4. And actually, I will say that I made a small error here. This should be section 8.4 for any associated use standards that are to be proposed and accepted here today. In essence, to permit indoor amusements as limited uses in the IL zoning district. Of course, we know that this has since expanded slightly from our last meeting. And so the recommendation that went to City Council was for the inclusion of indoor amusements, indoor sports facilities, and theater, cinema, performing arts uses. And so all of those are still within the scope of this request. But this has been requested to be a special use that is sent all the way to City Council. What you see on your screen is section 3.10.8, which are the review criteria for special use permits. Point B there includes Article 8 use standards, which are very specific things that may be necessary to be considered whenever we are looking at the appropriateness for a special use that has been requested. And so in grafting those previous concerns that we had identified into any future language, the things that staff had an interest in considering were minimization of interaction of passenger and commercial vehicles in areas that catered principally to commercial traffic, minimizing exposure of the general public to hazardous chemicals and/or activities, and avoidance of establishing nuisance-generating activities in what is an incompatible location, whether through light, noise, traffic volumes generated, or other means. And so where before we had kind of minimized these concerns through basically ensuring that anything that would be allowed to do this without a board look would be in a building that was by itself, and it met all of those other criteria, the context is a little bit different as it moves forward. And so in an effort to kind of simplify the process for applicants who are seeking to establish indoor amusement or other similar uses within the scope within a light industrial context, staff had looked at the inclusion of a site plan requirement. I will acknowledge that there should perhaps be some discussion as to the appropriateness of it, but this is in the interest of ensuring that all of these matters, when they are brought forward, because these are built establishments. These are going to be structures that are already existing. They're in some sort of a context already, whether they be cited individually or in concert with other uses. And so the likelihood that they are going to be naturally configured to accommodate one of these uses is fairly slim. So please keep that in mind as you look at these recommended criteria. Again, this is to add these 3 uses, and these are the special use specific criteria that we're interested in. A, that this be conducted indoors, that a site plan be submitted, and items 1 through 6 are items that are included on a GDP as part of section 3.8.4, and this is just a list of things that it would be prudent for the board to consider as we are looking at whether or not the proposed use is appropriate. Existing zoning of parcels within 100 feet, land uses and structures, rights of way and points of ingress, egress, footprints of existing and proposed buildings. Again, if someone proposes to construct something that is ancillary, an accessory structure of some sort to be used in association with a proposed haunted house or something of that nature, location of any proposed screening, fences or walls, and also the location and counts of all proposed parking. Those are things that if we had those details going into it, A and B should satisfy any evaluation. If you know that variances are going to be needed, because again, most of these facilities do not include adequate parking, number one, I believe as staff that this should include a GDP, that rather than giving a petitioner zoning and then requiring them to come back at a subsequent review, either by the ZBA or by this board through a GDP approval, to bring that plan forward so that all of these things can be approved on the way, and this board, having familiarity with the intended user, can also stamp any considerations that should be made. So with that, MPC staff does recommend approval of this revised amendment to make this a special use with conditions A, B, and C. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have a petitioner for this?
I believe Mr. Corkle is still.
Mr. McCorkle. Lucky guy.
Lucky y'all. Robert McCorkle, law firm McCorkle, Johnson McCoy, I'm here on behalf of the petitioner. We were here before and discussed this, and it was approved as a limited use. I really want to just say that we accept staff's recommendation and sit back down. My concern, as I expressed to Mr. Morrow yesterday, is that part of what we were trying to accomplish in this was some amount of expediency of coming back and then going back as a special use, and then we had already made our application for the special use of the site-specific item, which will be before you at your next meeting. A and C on this list don't cause me any issues. If we're requesting variances from parking or for some kind of access issue or something like that, I understand why we would need to show a site plan in connection with that variance. But to me, adding the site plan requirement in connection with the application itself is adding an extraordinary requirement on this particular use that's different than other special uses. We'll be required to have a site plan before we can get a building permit anyway. My concern is it's just going to delay this process that we were sent back here to do by requiring us to prepare this site plan before I can be before you at the next meeting. So we would prefer that B be removed. It's not the end of the world, but we prefer that B be removed for expedience purposes, and we'll have to come back with a site plan just like all other uses in the city.
Questions for staff or Mr. McCorkle?
I'm sorry, can I just add one note? If no variances to standards are required, this would not snag anyone. So as long as Mr. McCorkle's petition does not require variances, condition C would not be a drag.
One question, isn't C part of A though? C is saying if we required variance, we have to provide a GDP pursuant to 3.8, and isn't B requiring us to provide a GDP automatically pursuant to 3.8?
So it's a subtle difference, but it's a conceptual plan as opposed to a GDP. And again, back to that, these are two separate processes where there's a zoning action versus an actual site plan.
Okay.
So
it's a conceptual plan.
It's a conceptual plan.
Okay. I would ask that we would insert the word conceptual in front of the word site plan on B, and then it will be clearer to me because I was confused reading it. So if we could just call that conceptual site plan, with that, we'll support staff's recommendation if that works.
Any comments, questions? All right.
I do.
Go ahead.
Is staff fine with adding the word conceptual to B?
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, is there anyone in the audience or online who would like to speak on this item? All right, discussion?
I'll make a motion.
All right,
Make a motion to accept the text amendment with the addition of conceptual, or conception, what was the word?
conception.
Conceptual.
Conceptual, sorry. Yeah, not conception. That first one sent me for a loop. To item B.
Cole, second. Second.
All right,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
being that I was not present for the whole case, I would like to recuse myself to offer a fair
All right,
process.
Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles? Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Nochika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens recused himself. Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wawutti?
Yes.
I too say yes. Motion passes unanimously. It's a good start.
Yes, sir. All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is yet another item that has made several appearances here, 9965 Ferguson. Hopefully, we will have some resolution today. I will add that staff's position has not necessarily changed, but it's our understanding that the county manager has an amended motion, in essence, to move this forward. So just to refresh everyone, this is a petition that came to us in the middle of last year for the purpose of addressing a code compliance concern. This is an existing, well, not existing, it was a non-conforming landscaping business that had been in existence for about 2 years at the time that it was cited by code enforcement, which originated the zoning petition that we have been talking about on and off. The current zoning of the property is R2AEO, which is a residential two-family zoning designation, and staff has recommended a planned residential agriculture, viewing this as an agricultural support type activity that, if adequately conditioned, could be conducted within the context and could be desirable near residential zoned properties. And so this is the location. You can see that there is residential agriculture zoning as well as several other types of residences that are nearby. And here we are at the recommended conditions. The 5 conditions that were previously here are still here. The first being that there would be no retail sales on the site, employee use only. There shall be no deliveries or operation of heavy equipment between 6:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. Work vehicles, trailers, and heavy equipment shall be parked in identified parking areas. Other equipment stored in indoor or in a vehicle or trailer. Landscape materials shall be stored in identified storage areas. There should be a 15-foot buffer with an opacity at least 85% surrounding the site, and a privacy fence 6 feet in height shall be placed. Staff has accommodated the petitioner's request to make this within, so as to make use of the existing fence possible rather than requiring construction of a new fence. So that this fence 6 feet in height shall be placed within the 15-foot setback, and the buffer be landscaped where it adjoins improved right-of-way. Specifically, we're talking about everywhere that this parcel will adjoin right-of-way on Ferguson, with the understanding that this also, it's unopened. And so the idea is that this is going to become used within the interior of the site at the point that it is acquired. So it's not this right-of-way we're getting at, it's this right-of-way along Ferguson. Finally, no composting activity should be permitted on site. Debris shall not be permitted to accumulate, and any stored material piles shall not be of a height visible from rights-of-way of adjoining properties. Again, I believe the manager is going to make a recommendation that this parcel that we are recommending denial actually be included with the condition that the petitioner acquire this right-of-way from the county. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? The applicant? Would the applicant like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Don Dykes. I'm with the law firm of Dykes Law Group, and I represent the property owner, Mr. Glenn Brist. Like Mr. Morrow said, we've been before the commission several times about the issue of the road. I wish I could tell you that it had been resolved, but I think we've made progress. I think the county has a meeting scheduled Thursday to discuss it internally. And so we would just ask that the rezoning be granted as to the front parcel and granted with conditions on the rear parcel, the Bethesda Avenue parcel, contingent on the acquisition of the right-of-way and the recording of a recombination plat.
Are you in agreement with the conditions that were recommended?
Yes, those conditions are fine.
Okay. Any questions?
I just have one question. Well, one correction. It states on the denial part, 1001 Bethesda Road, that should be 10,001, just for the record. And the opacity of 85%. Is that an immediate, I mean, is it opacity up to 4 feet, 6 feet? What does staff consider 85%?
So the 85% is the visibility through it. And so
Correct.
we're talking
At
black
what
mesh.
level?
For the full height of the fence, the requested fence is 6 feet in height.
And that would be immediate, not a 1-gallon plant that's going to take 8 years to get to 85%. It's 85% when planted.
So this refers to the fence, like the actual fence itself and the screening on the
Okay.
fence.
As long as it's screened, I mean, I'm good with it.
Anything else? All right, are there any citizens here who'd like to speak on this item? All right, any online? Okay. Any discussion? Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Cole.
Go ahead.
Coles make the motion that we approve staff's recommendation with the conditions 1 through 5, and to also apply to the property at 10,001 Bethesda with PIN 10504-04005, condition upon the transfer of the unopened right-of-way from the county to the property owner.
No, a second.
All right. Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Our next one is map amendment request to rezone R2EO to PRA-EO 9, oops, I'm sorry, I'm one behind. We're on regular business now. Variance for development plans, 1511 Staley Avenue.
Afternoon, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. New face, new case. The petitioner requests approval of a site development plan for a vehicle terminal with a variance to permit gravel pervious surface versus the required asphalt concrete impervious surface type. The gravel area will be common to both the interior site circulation lanes and storage areas where the vehicles awaiting transit will be stored. As mentioned, it is located at 1517 Staley Avenue. The application originally indicated 1511. It is 1517.
1517 is the church. 1511 is 51.
I'm referencing the address and parcel ID listed in SAGES. If there's a mislabeling or further information and I got it wrong, my information tells me it's 1517.
Okay, we'll wait for the applicant
I'm-
to come up. Maybe he can
I'm certainly
clarify.
open to being proven wrong. This slide you see depicts the current zoning. You'll see the triangle island there of light industrial restricted surrounded by the sea of residential uses. The parcel in question, regardless of what number I call it, is the black shaded area seen at the western edge of that triangle area. The Light Industrial Restricted District is established to accommodate industrial properties that developed prior to 1960 and which are typically located adjacent to or within residential areas. So this, though may seem odd, is exactly what was intended. The zoning district exists to accommodate uses that were pre-existing, and so it is rare that we see new uses moving into this area. Redevelopment of existing uses, repurposing of buildings as they exist. This parcel, as you saw in the previous, there's a bunch of trees with a telecommunications tower located to the rear of the lot. So this would be new development in an otherwise light industrial restricted zoning district. This is the site plan that was proposed that requires the variance. It would essentially be a screened fenced yard area comprised of gravel surface throughout. Both city traffic engineering and MPC staff, given that the proposed use is that of a vehicle terminal, and given the regularity and frequency of the normal operation of those types of facilities, and again, think of a roll-on, roll-off light like use down Brunswick and other areas. So as you look at this site plan as proposed, does this meet your expectation for both the use and the ask for the pervious surface type, which requires the variance? You're looking at both. The city had determined that the use is appropriate based on the zoning. It is a by right use. We're looking at the site plan as proposed with the dependent variance for your approval. The other caveat based on the restricted part of the light industrial is that the ancillary storage function of the use may not exceed more than 20% of the site. That is one of the restrictions on the zone. We understand the outdoor storage is necessary. That's what is required for the site to function as it is proposed. But it may only consume 20% of the site. Outdoor storage by right is not allowed in this zoning district. I'd ask that my staff report and all the exhibits be entered into the record at this time. There's some information in the staff report, if you've had an opportunity, as it relates to vehicle freight terminal, that use and some of the expectations. I'm not going to read that to save us some time. The MPC staff, looking at the proposed use tied to the site plan as presented with the variance ask, recommends denial of that site development plan and the variance, not based on the identified use that was accepted by the city, but the functioning of this plan as presented with the variance ask. Pending your questions.
Thank you. You said roll on, roll off. That is storage, isn't it?
At a massive scale, yes, but it exists as a vehicle terminal. Part of that other thing that is not written in the ordinance is the typical intermodal transit, either from truck to rail, rail to truck, boat to land to truck. That's also absent from the site plan as it was presented. But when you think of what a vehicle terminal does, how it works, things that are required for it to function in that capacity, it was not presented as part of this site plan. So when I say roll on, roll off, that's language that I introduced to get you thinking about vehicle terminals, what they look like, and how they function. It was my example, not in the ordinance.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Burns. I'm with Coastal Engineering and Consulting. I'm the engineer on the project representing the owner of the property. The intent for the property is to serve as a temporary location. The vehicles will come in, be inspected. There's no building on site, so there'll be no employees on site. They already have a location in Garden City, so the intent is when vehicles are dropped in, the employee will come from Garden City, check the vehicle in, make sure everything, sign off any necessary paperwork, go back to the office, and up to 50 vehicles was discussed as being stored here. Regarding the outdoor storage percentage, we sent a internal circulation plan that only shows 15% external. So really, we were just here for the use of the gravel instead of pavement. We had previously sent the site plan in for grading in January of 2023. It was originally denied because it was listed as a laid-out yard. The owner provided more information stating the use, how it would operate, and after discussing that with the review staff for the MPC, it was determined that the vehicle terminal was acceptable use for it at that time, and we were allowed to proceed with getting grading plans for the site, which were approved in April of 2023. So now that he's finished the clearing and the grading, he just wants to finalize the site. And I'm here to answer any other questions you may have.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
You may or may not be able to answer this question, but I'm going to pose it anyway. With the roll-on, roll-off function, if it is indeed, well, if it's not described exactly as staff has presented it, either way, you'll be accessing said property.
Right.
What is the intended path of traffic to and from?
There's an internal circulation plan that allows vehicles to come on. The trucks will actually circulate around the site.
No, I mean
And
to
there's-
get to the site. Yeah, the internal.
Right.
I'm not concerned with the internal function of the site so much.
That hasn't been provided to me yet, but I do know, like I said, the site that the owner owns and the employees will be coming from is in Garden City off of Telfair Road, so there may be some travel back and forth from that site to Telfair.
Okay, because I just, it's a major concern for me as far as where the intended traffic is coming from and going to.
And how much traffic there is.
Because the access is relatively limited. You either gonna ride all the way Staley down to Montgomery to get back to 516, or you going through neighborhoods.
Right.
And either one presents a major concern and issue for me.
Yeah, there should be no riding through neighborhoods. I will verify that and I'll make that.
But I guess
Right.
my point
No,
is,
I understand.
even going down Staley.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what are the proposed hours of operation?
The site right now is 7 to 5 in Garden City. So basically, the way it will operate is when they travel in, when the vehicles are brought in, they will come over at that time to handle it. So it's not going to be a site that's going to have employees at that location. There's no building shown on that location. It's just going to be access with.
How many trucks per hour?
That hasn't been clarified.
I guess my issue, I will echo Mr. Stevens. You're passing through a residential district, and I wouldn't want that noise disturbing me from 7 to 5. So I yield.
Mr. Kegler?
This is a question for staff, Edward. They've already been approved for part of this use, is what I understand. And the issue with staff is they want an impervious lot, and staff wants the part that the circular motion to be paved. Is that correct?
There was another exhibit that's included in the staff report that shows that internal circulation, both traffic engineering from the city and staff, again, based on the perceived intensity of the stated use, would require that to be paved.
Right. And
The assumption is this is not tow trucks bringing onesie twosies. These are car haulers moving. And again, Exhibit 2, I believe. No.
Okay.
Circulation.
That's Gerard. I'm sorry. This is,
It's at the very top, very top right there.
Yeah.
Here's the exhibit that was
Okay.
sent. The staff report had been closed when this exhibit came in, but we included it with the other exhibit items. You can see the internal circulation so that the trucks can make drop-offs, pickups, and then move through the site. And because of that, the type of trucks we're associating with this use, both the city and staff feel that should be paid.
Correct. So that's the only thing we're at issue here is whether that's the traveling surface needs to be paved instead of gravel.
Per the ordinance, the entire lot would be paved. We have approved variances in the past for pervious surfaces for storage areas.
Okay.
With an improved surface for the circulation because of the trucks. And rare instances where it was a repo yard, if you recall, several months ago, because it was onesies, twosies at a time. They were picking up single individuals and dropping them off and depositing. Again, based on the proposed use, we don't feel that that's appropriate at this site.
Go ahead, Mr. Noah. All right, in lieu of Mr.
So we're strictly talking, not about use, not about any of that. Strictly pervious and impervious is what we're speaking of, correct?
I think there's a discussion about whether this use is actually storage or whether it's storage.
But that's not what the petition,
The application was given to staff with a designated use approved by the city as a vehicle terminal.
correct.
I included the language of how vehicle terminals are defined by the ordinance and how they're intended to be used, which is what is tied to the staff's recommendation of denial for the variance that is asked. You're approving both the site plan and the variance as submitted as a package.
Okay,
They go
we
together.
can modify the site
You may
plan.
make conditions.
So I have another question.
Okay.
And I may have missed it in your presentation. You may have said it and clarified this. So the current zoning allows this use by right, is what you're telling me?
This would be a by right use, yes. It's one of very few in the light industrial restricted areas.
Given the vehicles that will be delivering the cars, these are car carriers, big car carriers, correct?
There may be some larger, but he's expecting to have 2 car carriers as well. I spoke to him this morning just to verify that. He said there is a possibility of some larger, but he expects the 2 car carriers to be what's bringing them on site, but they
If
do
there's a
vary.
possibility of larger, he needs to change his driveway because you can't have those big trucks going into the other lane to turn into this facility or coming out and turning into the other lane to get on the road.
And
this is a busy road. So from a traffic standpoint, I have issues with it, which is not where we need to be. But go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
I'm having a whole lot of heartburn behind this one, quite frankly. Because unfortunately, and I know we can't infringe upon people's rights. It is what it is. If that's the right, that's the right. But at the same time, we are starting to run into a proliferation of these car carrier yards, if you will, and they are bottlenecking traffic everywhere. Staley Avenue is 2 lanes, one
And
in
very
each
busy.
direction, and it is going to choke that street down. And beyond that, it also, I know for a fact, and I've seen it in a lot of these instances where these vehicles, they're not always received as soon as they get to the site. So it's not, all of that traffic is not necessarily internalized, and I'm talking about properties far larger than the size of this one. So I have a lot of concern. Again, I am not one to infringe upon people's rights because I wouldn't want mine infringed upon, but I do take huge exception to this, even this use in this location.
And if this use is going to be approved, you're going to have to redesign the driveway.
We can increase the radius just to make sure and put a 40-foot drive at that location. We can put the largest commercial drive that's allowed and increase the radius. That should help with some of the movement in.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I do
The
have one.
comments you made, I'm sorry, were made by traffic engineering. It's part of the comments back from the SPR. When he goes to actually get the move dirt permits to finish this out, those are requirements that exist. Also, if you deny the variance, you'll have to resubmit and show where those paved areas are.
Okay.
I know these two words have come up quite often today, but how many trip counts are we talking about into this facility per day?
Per day.
2, 20, 100?
It's good. Right
So
now,
we don't have an answer.
Right now, I have not done a traffic study for it.
But we don't have any idea of how many's coming and going.
Right now, the plan is to only have 50 vehicles on site. So if that's going to be 5 vehicles brought in per day, I'm not sure, but the plan is to limit it at 50 on site.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think we're ready for public comment. Anybody have any other comments they'd like to make before we go to public comment? All right. Our first person for public comment is Glenda Jones.
It's me.
Ms. Jones, you have 3 minutes.
That's all? How long he was up here? Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Glenda Jones. Hey there. I am the Vice President of the Liberty City Richfield Southover Community Improvement Association Incorporated. I had a script, but right now I'm going to deviate from that script because I heard a lot of stuff around here that's just not true. He said that this lot is trees. It's not. They cleared this lot off a long time ago. This lot already has gravel laid on this lot. Okay? This lot does not appear to be wide enough for even a tow truck to traverse. This property is not in an industrial zone. It is zoned for industry, but this is a residential property. There is one piece of paper that says this property is at 1517 Staley Avenue. 1517 Staley Avenue is Growing in Grace Ministries, not that lot. The lot at 1511 appears to have been subdivided sometime, somewhere, by somebody. We don't know when, where, or who. We need to find that out. But we have a lot of... I have a contingent of Liberty City, Staley Avenue, and Growing in Grace. Stand up, folks, for me. Members that are here in opposition to this particular variance being allowed. We are concerned about gravel kickbacks. I already told you, gravel is already there. There is a derelict cab to an 18-wheeler that's been sitting there for approximately 6 months. So they are already violating the zoning to begin with. They are already putting derelict vehicles on the property. We don't even know what type of vehicles they bringing in there. We don't know what type of inspections they will be doing, okay? So until we know more, and like you said, thank you, Mr. Stevens, Staley Avenue cannot afford to have 18-wheelers coming in and out. There are elderly people on that avenue. We cannot have that avenue bottlenecked from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. In actuality, we can't have it bottlenecked from 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's too much, okay? Now, is my time up? Because I can keep going.
Keep going.
Okay? So it's a lot that we don't know. A lot that has not been presented, and the petitioner evidently is the wrong person to be here because he don't know nothing either. Okay? So we need more information. We need a lot more information. This community does not desire to have this particular industry, this business, or whatever it is. We don't want it there. We don't need it there. Our roads cannot take that kind of business, okay? That lot cannot take that type of business. We also, that on the other side of this subdivided lot, whoever owns that side, we already got a problem with derelict vehicles we're trying to get removed. So please help us and deny. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. All right, I have Anna Walker. Please say your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Walker, and I'm the resident of Staley Avenue and a representative for our elderly Staley Avenue residents and Growing in Grace Church. Thank you for hearing us and recommending the denial of the site development plan with variance for the property of 1511 Staley Avenue. We, the residents of Staley Avenue, Liberty City, and surrounding areas have the following concern. This type of business brings about traffic backup while transporting cars to and from 1511 Staley Avenue. Staley Avenue is sometimes used as a detour when there's an accident on I-516. It backs up traffic to Staley Avenue, which when these two activities occur with them dropping cars and maybe an accident, and it will happen, it will certainly cause greater traffic issues. Currently, it is a challenge exiting and entering our driveway in the AM and PM parts of the day. We cannot afford any additional traffic backup because of the following reason. We have elderly residents of Staley Avenue that are disabled, and they're dependent upon medical transportation to and from their appointments. We also have an emergency vehicle that also needs a clear path to get to our residents as needed. Our school bus travels along Staley Avenue, transporting our children to and from school. They need to get to school on time. Additional concerns from our residents of Staley Avenue and Growing in Grace Church, which is next door to us, to that 1511 address, the appearance and noise control of the business, the kinds of vehicles stored at the facility, what kinds of vehicles will be stored at the facility. Currently, there are derelict cars on or either next to that site, which gives our community a derelict appearance. The noise these heavy truck poses are present when bringing in, releasing, and loading cars waiting to be transferred out. The possibility of oil and other fluids contaminating the gravel surface that's currently there now. Most importantly, our street is not able to hold the weight of the constant coming and going of industrial vehicles. These kinds of, the trucks of this kind tends to park along soft shoulders of the road while waiting to enter the premises, which also causes damage to the side of the road. In conclusion, we do not want any additional business that does not bring any positive attributes to the appearance, the tranquility, or the value of our neighborhood. With these reasons, we are asking that these concerns be addressed if this request comes up again for approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, Rose Brown McCombs. Good afternoon. Could you state your name for the record when you get up to the mic?
My name is Rose M. Brown McCombs, and I'm here on behalf of Growing in Grace Ministries, Pastor Cutter, who could not be here today. Our concern, well, we just oppose this project. We are at 1517 Staley Avenue. We've owned the property since 1995. Our building was constructed in 2010. That's when we took ownership of the church. We're very active in the community. We service a lot of adults as well as kids. We provide services such as food and clothing, and this project is very, well, right next door to us. Our concern would be runoff, because sometimes when the rain or flooding in the area, that area is soaked. So that too would be a problem. And also, we had gained petitions from different members in the church and the area also opposing this project. So I'm in agreement with Ms. Jones, Ms. Walker. We do not wish this project on the site.
Thank you. Donna Myers? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Myers, and I'm a lifelong resident of Liberty City. Most of what we wanted to say has been said. I would just reiterate one point. The request for gravel, while the request is for that lot, gravel doesn't stay put. It's not submitted anywhere. So that gravel is going to travel out onto Staley Avenue and other streets, and then you have the flyback of the impacting our cars, our windshield, scratching our cars. As has already been said, those large transport vehicles, if they park along the side, then that impacts us with the dirt moving down. It leads to flooding. It leads to our ditches not properly being able to flow, for water to flow, which leads us into flooding. And we've already talked about us having mostly senior residents and the impact it will have on them, the impact that it will have on just the integrity of the streets itself, but also children walk that road. Children walk that road to go to school. Children walk that road to come back from school. If you've ever had children, you know they don't watch out for you. And think about that many large vehicles transporting cars, and you have little children walking that road, the impact it will have on them. I ask you, along with my neighbors, to please deny all aspects of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do I have any people online? Did you fill out a speaker card? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Commission.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Stella Shabazz. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Savannah. Good to see you, City Manager, and also the representative and alderwoman of the 5th District. Just to clarify what I'm reading here, and also in what Mr. Stevens has been saying, can somebody give me an answer? Today, are we talking about approving the site development plan and the variance, or have the site development plans and other plans have been approved already?
Madam Alderwoman. Chairman, Board, when these applications are submitted to us, it's a site plan tied to a variance. It indicates there are some dependencies for the functioning of the site plan that require that variance. You may condition, you may find that those dependencies are not real, you may change things, but we shouldn't be horse swapping from the dais. If there is any element of this plan that raises questions, it should be sent back for a review and submitted with new information.
Okay.
May I
Thank you.
follow up with staff very quickly? Staff, are you saying, and I just want to make sure that we're right about this before I say anything further, are you saying that irrespective of what we do, this plan will be as it is? Or are you saying we're simply looking at this from a standpoint whether it's gravel or whether it's pavement?
The variance is an ask just for the gravel. The city has accepted the use as a by right use.
Okay.
But if you find that there are dependencies on the site plan for that use based on the variance ask, you may deny the variance and send the application back for further review and adjustment to reflect what your findings may be.
So we can condition our denial
Yes.
or approve it.
Madam Executive Director, can you kind of clarify for me, please?
I think the simple answer is that you can either support the recommendation made by staff, you can make a different recommendation to support the variance to allow them to put gravel down, because that's basically what they're asking. They're asking to deviate from what the requirements are in the ordinance. That's basically it. The city zoning staff looked at least what they were told the proposed use was, which is the use that was discussed, and said, okay, well, this could possibly work. If you find that what the applicant has said that he is wanting to do, which he said today, bring the cars in, it could be double tractor trailers, and you find that that use is more intense than what the application is here for, then you can deny it, you can send it back for another determination, you can even send it to the Board of Zoning Appeals to see if they concur with the fact that this is a different use. So those are what your options are. Hopefully that clarified it.
One quick follow-up to that would be to zero in on it. If we send it back to zoning, and again, I've not looked at where we are in terms of the comprehensive plan or future land use plan. If we send it back to zoning, it does not change the designation of this particular lot to be used consistently with what they're trying to do.
Well, the issue is that this zoning that is on this property is a zoning that was on there for years. So the zoning was an old legacy zoning district. So that's what we're dealing with. And the question with regards to zoning, you could still recommend denial and let the applicant know that they need to revisit how the property will be used.
Thank you.
And that's what the issue is. The second one, again, is if you basically are making a determination, if you agree that that use is appropriate, whether he should be able to use gravel versus asphalt, or concrete, which is what the standards reflect.
I follow you, thank you.
But isn't the use that the applicant is stating, it's already zoned for that use?
Technically, based on the use that the applicant has put on his application, the property is zoned for the use. If anybody wants to look, in our staff report, there's a list of permitted uses based on that legacy zoning district that he currently has. You know, the big issue really is what is being proposed consistent with those uses that are identified in the table of permitted uses that are allowed. And again, if you agree that that is something that is allowed, then the question becomes, do you want to allow that use to move forward with gravel, or do you want them to have to asphalt it?
Asphalt.
Okay.
And asphalt is the requirement.
Asphalt is the asphalt is the requirement.
And
yes.
the gravel would be the variance, and that's
gravel is the variance, and that's why you're looking at this now.
May I just?
And you all are the final decision-making authority for this particular variance. Just wanted to put that there.
May I just submit one other piece of information just to make sure that we're very clear? We understand that the zoning, I think the whole body understands that this period, that the zoning itself, this is a permitted use.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
However, the point that I want to raise is the site development plan and the variance is up for consideration, and correct me if I'm wrong, and if there's exception taken to the site development plan, do as you desire as well as variance, and I think that's how we need to be ruling on this, if I may.
Yeah, if I'm hearing this right too, though, the neighborhood also has the right to appeal this as being a usable zoning after this meeting in a subsequent action. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yes. Yes, the neighborhood, based on what decision that you make, can appeal your decision. Can I read the definition for the zoning that they have? It's light industrial restricted, and it says here in the staff report, the IL-R district is established to accommodate industrial properties that developed prior to 1960 and which are typically located adjacent to and within residential areas. This district may also allow limited commercial, light manufacturing and assembly, research and development, and small-scale warehousing and processing uses in order to promote economic viability and encourage employment growth. Development must be operated in a clean and quiet manner with all activities occurring primarily indoors and should not be a nuisance to nearby non-industrial uses. So there we are. Go ahead, Mr. Melder.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, to just state, I support staff's recommendation for denial on this. I wanted to ask, though, is the reason for the variance, this is a question for staff, is the reason for the variance that they're looking for an impervious surface so that they don't have to do any additional stormwater requirements?
No, their plan shows the stormwater detention to the rear of the property near the telecommunications facility accommodated by their proposed gravel use. For stormwater impacts, compacted gravel and concrete are effectively the same with respect to runoff characteristics.
Maybe I missed this. What's the difference? Why do they want to have gravel instead of asphalt?
It's cheaper.
Cheaper? That's got more expensive now. Yeah. Okay, understood. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, I just wanted to be clear, and for our residents to be clear, that we have two situations here that's happening today. And that is for the site development plan and the variance to be voted on by you all. And if I am reading this staff recommendation correctly, it says the MPC staff recommends denial on site development plan and the variance to allow for the alternative impervious surface type construction. So I just want to be clear, this is what you all, the staff has denied for recommendation, the site development plan and this variance for using gravel instead of asphalt. All right. Let me ask, since Executive Director Wilson has stated that with the use as stated, that the community can deny, can come back and make some type of petition or come back to the Zoning Board of Appeals or to MPC to deny this use of this parcel?
For example, if the MPC recommends denial for this use, then the applicant, should they decide, could appeal that decision.
Okay.
If the board decides to approve this case, then the neighborhood could appeal that decision. So you both kind of get appeal rights, and you have to appeal within 30 days with regards to the use. The other thing, too, is because this property has been a point of contention for the neighborhood for a period of time, because this is the second time up for this particular site in probably 24 months or so. The neighborhood may want to have a conversation with regards with the owner to see what other options that they can mutually agree to with regards to how that property can be used. That might be a little bit more palatable to the community, and it might be something that the applicant may agree to do.
And that is one thing the community want to state on record, is that the applicant has not reached out to the community, and that we would, for sure, would like for that applicant to sit down with us. I'm going to end, but I just want to, with the zoning as it states, the development must be operated in a clean and quiet manner, with all activities occurring primarily indoors, and shall not be a nuisance to nearby non-industrial uses. This right here, I don't know who was sleeping that day or whatever, but this zoning use does not fit this property, does not fit what they want to do on this. It's going to be a total nuisance to the community. It is going to be outdoors instead of indoors. And the other point I want to make, because this is my second time or whatever, how many times, whatever my community want me to do, but I've been down here for Staley Avenue already. We came down here to fight almost the same thing with these 18-wheelers trying to come and back into these small entrances to these properties. Same thing here, same thing here. And the other thing is that we do not want this to take place. We want everybody to deny it, and this and the property owner needs to come and talk with this to our community so that all of us can come to some type of consensus of what the right of that property owner want to do with their property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
And Dr. Shabazz, I agree, and I think that we may need to look at a text amendment to change this from a check mark to a limited use in the ILR, because it seems to me that there's a lot of ILRs adjacent to neighborhoods that really need to have a closer look to suspend these kind of uses in those spaces.
Yeah.
And thank you for bringing it
And
up.
one more thing. The petitioner stated that the main operation is in Garden City. So listen, who's going to wait for someone to come from Garden City and there are 4 or 5 trucks backed up on Staley Avenue for somebody to enter into that property? We've lived through that. We're not going to live through that again. Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I also add into that primarily in African-American communities, we suffer from zoning ordinances that date back, that allow these uses in our community. And part of what my concern is that it's gone on for far too long. And it's time for us to make some changes. Because we deserve the same rights as people on the landings. Have quiet communities that are not interrupted by large trucks. And I come from a primarily African-American community. I grew up there, and my roots are there, and I can tell you this is a problem.
Thank you. Yes.
She asked, what is the future land use map
Oh.
show? Because that's a question I
Probably
took.
residential. Good question. It's not on there. We're looking it up. Thank you. Yep, residential.
That the address is issue again.
No, it's right there.
1011 Staley. Residential suburban single family. So is this 1011? Okay, so it looks like we have an addressing issue here as well. It's this one here. It's identified as 1511.
Shows residential.
Yes, ma'am. Here's an addressing issue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just FYI, as administrative clarification, the application staff report says 1517, but the PIN number is 1511. Yeah, the church is 1517. And I think it might just be an administrative clarification.
It appears there are a few,
Processing of this application, I pulled the subdivision plat, and it did not clarify.
It does appear to be, based on the master address database, 1517. So this is the subject parcel, and this is the address identified.
yes, we are in the weeds now. Can we get back to the topic at hand?
But just for clarification, if Ms. Bowles didn't hear, the future land use map does indicate residential, correct?
It does indicate residential.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have any more discussion or questions on this property? No more public input? There's no one online for this property? All right.
Madam Chair.
Discussion among, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion.
Could petitioner rebut?
Oh,
Oh, yes.
petition, yeah. All right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add a few notes. While the public was speaking, I reached out to the owner. The owner said 4 to 5 vehicles per day is all he's expecting delivery-wise. As far as the site is cleared because we got a city clearing and grading permit after it was classified as the vehicle terminal. So we got that permit in April of 2023. City signed off on it. The city engineer signed off on it in mid-April. He started working on it to clear the site. Now, like I said, he just wants to come back and finish up the site. As far as the vehicles, he doesn't have any vehicles on site, but I will admit, I think he got a little bit too advantageous and did start trying to put some gravel down when I stopped him. It's because I mentioned to him that, hey, we have to get the second part of the permit. So as of right now, he did have the clearing and grading permit with the site listed as a vehicle terminal. As far as any site changes, we can widen the driveways and do necessary things like that to make sure that we allow turning into the site. We can clear that with the process. But as far as the gravel, if he doesn't get gravel, of course, he'll have to come back with an asphalt. That was the reason for us coming here today, because the city required hardscape. His intention was, since he's not using the site regularly except for a few vehicles per day, that he was looking at trying to get gravel like he has on his site in Garden City.
You did hear me read that definition, though, correct?
Yes, and he is under 15%, under the 26%, because with the use, you're allowed 20% as outdoor storage, and he's under that with 15% right now.
So the rest of them are going to be stored inside?
Right now, he doesn't have anything inside. He has no building on site. Everything's going to be stored outside, but it's going to be within 15% of the site, which meets the ordinance or the ordinance for the land use.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Motion?
I'll make a motion. Before I make my motion, public, bear with me. It's going to sound funny, but I'm going to clarify, all right? So I move that we approve staff's recommendation of denial of the site plan and the variance. Just, so that's denial. Just want to be clear, so don't get worked up.
I second that.
Mr. Kegler, yeah, Mr. Kegler already beat you to it, so. Ready to vote? Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles? Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wawitty?
Yes.
I say yes, too. So unanimous against. Thank you. All right, our next item of business is 691 Highlands Boulevard.
Do you want this to go away?
Master Plan Amendment 24-001942-Plan.
Yeah, can we pull up this?
Instead of that means everybody's going to see the staff report.
That's fine.
Okay. This is item number
I don't have any.
100 Old Lathrop.
No, keep going. It's where regular business.
Oh, regular. I'm sorry.
Master plan amendment.
It's all running together. A staff report. You just
Mr. Morrow? Mr. Morrow?
Yes.
What our agenda says on our computers is not the same as the printed agenda that the chairwoman has. Can we get clarification on what the next item should be?
Highlands Business Park. Highlands Master Plan Tract N1.
Because our computers say that the Medding Street is item 13.
No.
Refresh. All right, everyone refresh your computers.
Okay. You good here? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, we good?
All right, we're good.
Okay. I apologize. In the commotion of the previous discussion, my staff reports ran off, so I've changed the screen so I can see the staff report. I would like that to be entered into the record with the appropriate exhibits at this time, please. As Mr. Morrow had indicated, this is a Highlands Master Plan amendment.
Hang on.
The nature of the request, petitioner is requesting approval of an amendment to master plan for the Highlands Tract N1 PUD. Tract N1 was a single-family attached or detached tract within the larger development. That's the Godly Station larger development located at the intersections of Highlands Boulevard and Morgan Lakes Industrial Boulevard near the city of Pooler and the city of Savannah jurisdictional boundaries. The proposed change amends only the map portion of the PUD and does not change any designated land uses or increase in previously approved density. During the course of the build-out of the larger development, all of Godly Station, dwelling units and the resulting density was calculated, allowed for, and it is a by right per the PUD that density may be transferred to tracts as long as the use type is not changed. This is not a change to what exists in the development standards. It is a change of what had previously been designated for Tract N1. You can see this? This tract right here that I'm pointing to is Tract N1. You see this light beige color? It went from light beige to dark brown, representing multifamily. It's apartments now. It had been, when it was approved originally in March of 2023, the density shift, but the map did not change. And the process of accepting their plats and site plans moving forward, staff had caught that, hey, wait a minute, something doesn't match. This is what it was. This entire process is to update the master plan with the development standards and that map that all the people living in that area will be ruled under till the end of time. That is the purpose for this quest, to change the color on the map.
It's a Scrivener's error, essentially.
As long as I'm not the scrivener, I messed up an address. And again, I had it written down in calculation of this, looking back through all of the amendments, this was in fact this particular developer's fourth amendment, and all the time that they had been building units and this thing has been building for 20 years. That's not a bad record. Over time, in 20 years, residential tracts have converted to commercial. Large tracts that were previously part of the PUD had fallen out completely and became incorporated into pooler. So that total density tracking number over 20 years has stayed what was originally approved. In fact, there are about 830 some dwelling units less than what had been approved, even with the density shift and the change to apartments. Because of that, MPC staff recommends approval of the requested master plan amendment, bringing the associated density into alignment with the master plan as identified. Again, this is going to seem and feel new. There have been several calls asking about, is this a zoning change? Well, this is a PUD, not a by right zoning or otherwise through the ordinary zoning ordinance process. It's done through a plan amendment, which is what you're seeing here.
Thank you. The applicant?
Yes, ma'am. Name is Neil McKenzie, Coleman Company, here today on behalf of the property owner. As Brad mentioned, what we're here today for is to officially assign the use of multifamily to Tract N, a 28-acre portion of Tract N, to allow more housing options in the Highlands area. As he mentioned, this is part of the North Godly PUD. Multifamily, single-family, detached, and attached are all used by right in this PUD. In 2023, March of 23 last year, I did submit an amended plan that transferred some of the units from Tract L and M to Tract N to create a maximum cap of the density on Tract N of 520. That shift in the density, is approved. And also part of that application was a master plan that showed apartments on the 28-acre portion to the west and townhomes on the 31-acre portion to the east. So in subsequent fashion, we have had a plat come in to MPC that was carving out the multifamily portion of this, and then that's where all of this came up. In terms of density, similar to other tracts in this PUD, C2 and E, they're about 12 per acre. This portion of Tract N that we have on this new master plan is also 12 per acre. And then just in context of the larger master plan, this is one of the most westernmost parcels of the Highlands. The completion of this tract will build the Highlands out. So as Brad mentioned, this has been a 20-year project, and we are coming up on the very end of it. So this multifamily portion will round out the Highlands, and we feel like it's at a good spot next to the industrial. You got a 200-foot buffer between the industrial and Tract N and Tract M. So it fits with the neighborhood. It's an allowed use in the PUD, and we have the density. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the staff or applicant? All right. I do have several speaker cards. If we can keep our discussions brief. It's been a long afternoon. I know you're here when you want to be heard, but I'd like to limit it to 2 minutes if I can. And I'd like to start with Barb Stuck.
Okay, my name's Barb Stuck, and I'm a homeowner in the Highlands area. We've been there for about 10 years. And as just mentioned, there have been amendments during that 10 years to the master plan. Can we flip this thing? Wait, maybe I can just do it. Where the map was, there. The statement is being made that it's not changing any previously approved density. Let's look at that, though. Look at the orange part right there. In 2016, They came to you, we came to you, the city came to you, Van was our alderman at that time, the developer came to you and asked that that property be changed from single family to light industrial. That happened. But at that time, there was no change to the density for the entire area. So however many people were going to live in that orange part are still part of that total number. And now what's being done is that total number is being reallocated with all the extra ones that haven't been assigned anywhere yet into that N category. So here comes a wave of people. What are we going to do? We're going to build multi-story apartments, townhouses, multifamily dwellings instead of single family, all the way in the back of our development. More traffic, more schools, and I think some of the other people who are going to speak are going to talk about that more. But you can't take 340 acres worth of density numbers and jam them into 58 acres in that end tract. It just doesn't make sense to me, to the residents of the Highlands. So we're asking for a look back, a step back to look to see what the right number should be there. And we feel like it should be single-family homes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
question for staff. In respect to her comment, one, is it correct? And when we talked about the same density, were we talking about the same, can you enlarge this?
The density for residential use is capped for everything you see indicated by this map. So the shift, while Neil talked about it moving from an adjacent tract into an adjacent tract, but it's across the entirety of Godley Station. So when tracts convert from residential to commercial,
Right,
that, whatever was contained in that tract, that goes away.
correct.
When the tracts that the applicant, the arithmetic,
No, well, let me just ask a simple question. Tract N1 is 336 plus 184,
520.
520.
Yes, sir.
What was it prior to your request?
Prior to my request last year, it was 291 before we moved the density. So the density's been moved, right? So we've already gotten the approval to move the density to tract 10. And to Ms. Stuck's point,
Right, go ahead.
she's right. When the industrial component was bought in, the land area was reduced for tracts M and N, but the unit counts were also decreased. The original tract M and N, which composed that, that western edge of Highlands, was 2,208 DUs. Right now, with this 520 on tract N, I'm sorry, so this is tract L, M, and N. So this is how I moved the density. It was originally 2,208. When we moved the density and then reallocated everything between L, M, and N, we're now 1,387. So yes, it is on a smaller area, but it's within the PUD, and we are substantially less homes than we were originally.
So it's less
to build.
density.
It's less numbers, right? It's less total numbers, but the density, it doesn't matter, it's within the PUD, right?
Yes, but it is less density.
Right, yes, it's less units.
Less residential density. All right, any other questions for staff or for the petitioner? I'm sorry, I was into talking with the citizens. Ms. Sheridan, Kathy Sheridan?
I'm Kathy Sheridan, and I also am a homeowner in the Highlands. I actually live in Tract L. I have a bunch of questions because today, we found out that this number of 520 units for this area was actually approved in March with absolutely no notice to the residents. There were no signs up, nothing that there was any kind of change going to happen from the MPC. But I happened to see this in the April 14th Savannah Morning News, public notices. Yeah, I'm one of those people who actually reads the public notices in the paper. And that was the first anybody heard about it. And then people in Brookhaven, which is Trecht, which is that one, the one that's right next to it, K1, the ones who live within 300 feet got notification in the mail, but only the people who live right along the borderline, because they're the only people that it really affects, supposedly. My question's about traffic, okay? Where I live, I'm exactly 6 miles to Publix on Pula Parkway. It can take me 45 minutes to get there because of the traffic on Benton Boulevard. Because the T-post wasn't passed, there's no money to widen Benton Boulevard. It takes forever. And if you're trying to go when school's in session and the speed limit's really low, you can't go very fast, and that's fine. But it can take up to 45 minutes to go 6 miles. To go the other way, out Morgan Lakes Industrial Boulevard, you're risking your life because trucks come in and park along Morgan Lakes on both sides at 7 a.m. waiting for the gates to open to get into these warehouses. In the meantime, people who work at these warehouses are also trying to get into work, and they're trying to zigzag around the trucks, and there's enough room for one car. So if you've got somebody coming into work and somebody leaving the Highlands, there's not enough room. These people are going to be closest to that exit. I'm really concerned with the number of units that are going to be there and the increased traffic that it's going to cause. School. I moved to Savannah from somewhere else, and I was on the Board of Education in my town. Nothing happened without the Board of Education being involved. I see this all the time here. You people are approving things, and where's the kids going to go to school? Well, the school board will figure that out. Well, where are these kids going to go to school? Godley Station was overcrowded.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm afraid your time is up.
Okay. I just have one last question, and I guess it's of the petitioner. Are these going to be rental or purchase units?
Thank you.
Can anybody answer that? Rentals.
Madam Chair, if I may, just so that we can stick with the topic that's germane to what we're hearing right now, as highlighted in the application, the proposed change amends only the map of the PUD and does not change any designated land uses or increase previously approved density. So we have no control over the density at this point, right? Is that correct, staff?
Well, aren't you approving changing it from single family to?
It's a map amendment,
Right.
staff.
Right, okay, well, if you made single family houses, you would build less.
Can we just get clarification on that for anyone else that's going to?
That's correct, and I apologize if I didn't explain it well. It's going to be confusing when we talk about dwelling units, which of course are used to calculate density over an area, but the way that density is measured across the entire development, which is how it works in a PUD, the density actually went down. You may feel as if you're more adjacent to where it has localized, but across the entire development, the density that was approved for all of Godley Station North went down.
Doesn't help to get less than.
And Mr. Coles, if for the petitioner, I actually spoke to the schools on this, and I went over that very same math lesson with them. You know, that is accounted for in the numbers.
But more specifically, what we are voting on today is not changing the density.
We
it's
changed
changing
the shade
map.
of brown in tract M1.
Thank you.
Michael Johnson. 2 minutes, if you state your name when you.
My name is Michael Johnson. I am the 7th District Representative on the Savannah-Chatham County Public School Board. And that was actually news to me that you've spoken to the schools, because I spoke to the superintendent today when I came in, and she had no idea about this. And the issue that I have coming as representing with the school district is the fact that we have already rezoned and moved people around from these neighborhoods year after year after year after year. We're treating our families, we're treating our kids as yo-yos when it comes to going from Godley Station to New Hampshire K8, back to Godley Station, and now we're probably gonna have to do it again. This issue, it doesn't just affect traffic, it affects families, it affects kids, it affects the entire community from the youngest 4-year-old to the oldest person who can live on their own. And with this happening, and yes, the overall numbers of density for the entire master plan is going down, but for this small little area, they're going to feel it going up. They're going to feel how the growth of it is going up. The school district, we can't build schools as fast as you could build an apartment complex. When you have this amount of influx of people coming in with the transient community that we have, it's going to affect the schools, it's going to affect the culture within the schools, it's going to affect the culture within this neighborhood, and it's also going to affect the fact that we're going to have to rezone again after we said we're going to do our best not to have to rezone. So you're putting the school district and you're putting those of us who work with staff from the school district and those of us who try to work with the county and the cities and all the jurisdictions. I think we have, 10 jurisdictions technically in Chatham County or something close to that. This one area is the fastest growing in the county, West Chatham. I'm a realtor as well. That's my full-time job. I get it. I know we're 10,000 units under what we should have. However, we need to maybe pump the brakes, look at really where the growth needs to be, keep it as single families, keep it to where these people can have a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonard Caver?
Can I ask a question
Go
of our
ahead.
school board member?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you for your service on the school board. Do you believe that, should we consider though that the school board, after 20 years of understanding the density of this tract, hasn't accounted for that density in their long-term planning?
Well, I'm going to say this. I've been on the board for 8 years, and I've been trying to get other schools in West Chatham. We haven't been able to get them onto things because we've also had other priorities as a whole school board. If it was up to me, Poole would already have a high school. Poole would have another middle school. Bloomingdale would have a high school and another middle school because of the growth that I see within my full-time job. The problem that I see when it comes to long-term planning is when you have NPC, you have with their long-term planning of land usage, and then you have Savannah, you have Pooler, you have Bloomingdale, you've got Tybee, you've got Vernonburg, you've got Port Wentworth, you have unincorporated. You have all these different jurisdictions coming into
Don't
place.
forget Garden City.
Garden City. My apologies, Garden City. I said Tybee. But you have all these different jurisdictions that are all competing for the same resources. And when they see how their planning is going to affect just them, they don't see necessarily the bigger picture. And I feel like in some areas within the county, whether it's West Chatham, whether it's the islands 30, 40 years ago, that's where the big boom was. And now you have it in West Chatham because that's really the only place they're going to go because you can't go up in this town. So you got to go out. So, and I think people, they saw it, but I don't think they saw it in the magnitude and the quickness that it's came.
Understood. I understand that. I think, from my point of view, just to kind of, I think a development that's been approved and developed over 20 years, I think it's a point well taken, but one that, this is the kind of development, if we're going to grow, we want to see. We want to see developments that are going to be planned for a long time, that are going to be built over time, that are going to incrementally change the capacity so that we can build the infrastructure to grow up with it. But that was just kind of the nature of the question there.
And I completely get that. That's why we had New Hampstead High School out there. That's why we built New Hampstead K-8. That's why we're expanding the new Bloomingdale Elementary School. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunities yet to get to Pooler yet. And to be able to get to those areas, because Pooler had unprecedented growth over the past 5 years, as we all know. They're looking at almost doubling in the next 5 years, and then doubling that in the 5 years after that. So Pooler is looking to probably be close to 80,000 to 90,000 residents in the next 10 years.
I can try. I'm sorry, can we move on? I
So
don't want to
because of all that.
stop the discussion. I think it's a very vital discussion, but we have a lot to go
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your
still.
time.
Thank you. Leonard Caver? State your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Leonard Caver, and I am a resident in the Brookline community within the Highlands. Our newly built community is directly across the street and will be one of the communities heavily impacted by this change. If we're looking at, I guess, our photo here, going back to our industrial area, there is a corridor and a gridlock at the back exit of our community. We talked about the density. The density of people are being consolidated in a smaller space, a significantly smaller space. It will make a stronger bottleneck than we have seen. We currently are in phase 2 of a phase 5 to 7 housing single-family development directly across the street. We will have 500 homes there. All right, we are putting an apartment complex and townhomes in the middle of a 20-year project. And to be frank with our builders, if we knew that there was apartment complexes there, many of the individuals would not have built their home there, or at least wanted that choice. We understand that it's expanding at an exponential rate, but it's not realistic what we're trying to do right here. It's inefficient, ineffective. It'll increase danger just with traffic alone. And we talked about that. I want to stick to the script. We're really discussing, should we keep this as single-family homes, or should we open this up to apartments and adjacent townhomes? It's an easy answer. It's, as one of my previous individuals mentioned, we found out about this about word of mouth because one sign was put up 300 feet away where no one knew. We've had over 200 signed petitions within the past 7 days of community members, and it's spreading like wildfire asking to denounce this, not just slow it down. We feel like we've given a sacrifice with the industrial area. I come out of that area personally. I'm one of the ones who's truly affected with that one daily, literally on my daily commute. And it truly is dangerous, to be frank. We have lines of 18-wheelers coming around that same curve that is
We've got to move
crash.
on.
Sorry, ma'am.
Time.
I have a question for the petitioner. For the speaker.
Okay.
Are you saying you live in track L or K?
I would be considered
M1.
M1.
You're in M1?
Yes.
Okay, how many lanes is that roadway between M1 and N1?
1.
So it's a 2-lane road?
Yes.
What-
A roundabout. Yes.
After the roundabout, going to the right?
All the way, both directions. In the industrial area, to be fair, it does open up to, let's say, a 3-lane length. Usually, it's 18-wheelers taking 2 of the lanes, and then you go one direction as a vehicle. So that's how it's currently structured, and that's on the backside as you go into that industrial area that's a darker brown.
Thank you, Mr. Caver.
Thank you.
And could staff kind of give us another, this is what we're here for?
And to clarify, the multifamily has already been approved for that track,
Multifamily
correct?
was approved in 2023.
But the hearing that we were at today.
It is a by right functioning of the PUD to move these things around. They didn't create a new use. It was accounted for. When they're doing density, they had the approval to move the density. Now, it's true that this should have been updated with that at that time because, again, to the audience members, yes, they couldn't have otherwise gotten that number that had been approved by building single-family homes. Bells and sirens should have gone off. They didn't. And so that's what we're here to do today, to make sure that the artifact that they will be left with in the area that they've chosen to live for all time will match what's on the ground with an explanation and where in those development standards they can go to find all of the things.
But to be clear, we are not, as a body, saying yes or no to multifamily.
That is correct.
I just
We're
want to make that
changing the color on
abundantly
the map.
clear, because we don't control that
That's
from
correct.
this meeting.
I have a question, Chair.
I'm sorry. We have a few more speakers online. Thomas East.
Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. My name is Thomas Deep. I live in the Highlands also at Cumberland Point. And as other people have voiced their concern, the traffic, this is a nightmare. Allowing apartments to be built instead of single-family homes is going to add more traffic. Even though the density is the same, when you build apartments, that puts more people into the buildings. And every morning, business backed up. I understand these Park was approved by voters, but Benton needs to be widened before especially before houses, but I know that's already approved. But making this apartments is going to be a lot more of a nightmare with traffic. I face it every morning going in and out. And one more thing, like everybody said, the schools. The schools are overbooked and it's going to cause a lot of students to have to move. Please take these two things into consideration when y'all vote on this. We really don't need apartments here anymore.
Thank you. Can I ask staff one more question? Is there a place these people can look in the documents that they receive, their CCNRs, anything that in the development documents?
The Property Owners Association, and you'll have to help me with it, they maintain those records with the amendments and updates so that, and that's the critical,
So it's
that everything
available.
will match, yes,
It's available to the residents
yes.
through their developer or through their HOA?
And the developer is the petition.
Well,
Yes.
If I can clarify something just very quickly, two things. One, all we're doing today is a map, is basically making this consistent. It's like doing a flow.
Coloring in the square.
Yeah, it's like a land use plan amendment. They've already got the zoning. And one of the things that I've been pushing for since I've been here is for everybody's plans be correct. So if you're buying out in the community and you look at the master plan, it should match what is allowed for that community. So that's what we're doing here today. The Homeowners Association should have a copy of this, and it should be correct. So I just want to be really, really clear that we're not rezoning anything. The zoning has already taken place.
The apartments have been in place for some time.
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
For staff. It sounds to me that the only reason we're doing this is to make sure that the map matches the zoning,
Yes.
right?
That's correct.
Is it possible for the city to waive the zoning requirement so that they can still have single-family homes and said, okay, I know you were going to have this density, but...
Actually, just for clarification, I'm sorry, just for clarification, it's not quite like that.
Yeah.
When they got the whole PUD rezoned, they zoned the whole thing for a certain amount of density. That is a floating density.
Okay.
It's like a floating zoning district. And all they've done is said, I'm going to put the multifamily here. So it's not like you're rezoning anything. You're
No.
just amending their plan, their square that says, I want to do apartments right here.
And I think my point was, the reasons they had requested the change from single-family to apartments was to meet their density requirement, or no?
What they have
No,
been
I think
approved for.
I was just going to say, I think that, to be honest with you, and I don't think staff can answer that, I think that the folks from the HOA, or the owners, or the owner of the HOA documents should be the ones to respond to that, because we wouldn't make that decision. We just want to make sure that whatever the zoning or they're doing is consistent, so that our plans
And that
are
decision would
correct.
be between the owners of the documents and the property owners,
That's
not
correct.
us.
That's correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I have Rick Gaylord online. Would you like to share? Mr. Gaylord?
So, Charlie, okay. Thank you for calling on me there. I've got a few questions and statements, basically. I've heard the gentleman say they combined 3 areas, and whatever it was. That just creates more density in a smaller area. And when you have a 20-year project, you still have the same limited access and 2-lane roads and the highways, the density just doesn't correlate there. It's going to get bottlenecked. And I would think that the density was predicated on widening the islands, Island Boulevard and Benton Boulevard. Okay? And as the Marion Lake apartments on Benton and Jimmy Deloach were taken into account in that density. That's about all I have. I appreciate your
Thank you.
time and efforts, and give me the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Manny Zed?
I've got a question. With the density approval of last year, March of 2023, that plan currently shows a 472 homes over 74 acres. Now, this current plan is now showing 520 dwelling units over 59 acres, so more homes in less space. How are we calling that not a density change? And like how can this be not called a density change? We're clearly trying to increase the amount of homes and put them into a smaller area.
We're getting you an answer.
All right, if I could, welcome to the wonderful world of planned developments, and hence every one of my concerns about specificity. We are attempting to go back and address concerns that the foundation was laid many, many years ago, right? We're the cleanup crew. That's what I'm going to call us. There was density that was assigned. Take away every line you see here. They said as far as density, traffic, stormwater, all of the things that we review, we are going to spread that out over a very large area, right? And now what we're doing is at the very end, after we've had some movement around of kind of the little areas on the map, this is where the chips have fallen, and we're saying in order to in essence close this out and clean up the record and make sure everything matches, we're going to capture as much of the density that we've already been granted by this is City Council. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of that we can capture and put it at this location. So again, these are uses that are all permitted within this plan development that we said could happen within this place. And all we're doing is coloring a small portion to say, hey, we've got X number of units left. We've got credit in the bank, in essence. We're going to use as much of that as we can at this location by using this particular use type. There is no increase in the total amount. Yes, there is a concentration, but it is not an overall increase. In fact, it is an overall decrease. So again, if staff comes back at some point in the future saying, we need to be really careful about plan developments, it's these types of things, not in an effort to limit what anyone is doing, but so that in the future, there is certainty and clarity about the things that we are doing. So I will say I apologize, me personally, generally on behalf of planners, because we do these things. We do come forward and we make our best effort to kind of meet everyone in the middle. This isn't a great outcome, unfortunately, but the truth of the matter is that this is something that has already been approved. And we're literally just cleaning the record to ensure that as we go forward, this board will have an enduring record to say this is why we did what we did. That's really what's happening here, so.
Thank you.
My answer or my question to that is, in the 2023 plan, which showed the same as the plan that's we're currently seeing right now, it's a less area, and now we have more homes. So you're saying that this is just a cleanup crew that we're changing one color from to the next. Cool. If you want to say that, that's fine. Why did the numbers change from 472 to 520?
The density.
More credit in the bank. When did the credit stop?
the credit was allotted when this was rezoned initially as Godly, and there was an allocation of dwelling units.
20 years ago.
Right. So this is just, I get that you're looking at something from last year and saying this is what we intended to do, but that did not impact what council allowed to happen 20 years ago.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Wing? Mr. Wing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You got me?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Andrew. Good afternoon, Chairman Cole, fellow board members. Just to set this meeting, my name is Andrew Wing. I'm a homeowner within Highland. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak as a representative of my homes. Petitioning against kind of the development departments. I know that kind of this meeting is clarified that really is what it is. But I just wanted to say that I am still in favor of the development remaining as the original development design as a single-family home neighborhood. Reason being is that I think it's a small neighborhood, 500 families and proud homeowners, and welcome the opportunity for more individuals to enjoy that American dream of owning a home within the New Highlands development. But we know that there is home shortage, and the development remaining single-family homes will allow still hundreds of families and individuals to experience that dream. I just think it would continue to help the local businesses, especially with single-family homes, being able to help with landscaping, HVAC, structural, and roofing over time. This will go hand in hand with also increasing the tax revenue for the economy within Fuller and some other things that will help. The wise gentleman in the board also said, one of the board members said earlier that it's up to you guys as the board to set the pace and let the individuals be able to have that single-family homes. And I think that would be allowing to set the pace that Fuller and the greater Savannah Chatham area allows that dream of owning a home to continue. I just wanted to close with thanking you for your time. This concludes my petition statement, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, Miss Jasmine Polly? Ms. Polly?
She is unmuted.
She muted herself.
No, she's unmuted.
Ms. Polly? All right. Eileen Swan? Eileen Swan?
Can you unmute yourself, please? Yep. She's.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Speak.
I'm a resident of the Highlands, and I just have a couple of comments. I know now that it's been clarified, I know we're not here looking at health of the Highlands area, are extremely upset with Landmark and what we see as the sleight of hand in putting apartments where we were told when I just walked this place was less than a year ago that would be single-family homes. Otherwise, I would not have purchased my house. So for Landmark, I feel like that's a black eye for them and their reputation. They have not provided notice to people, and you said the documents are in the hands of the homeowners association. Well, ours are controlled by Landmark, so I find that unsavory on their part, that they should have provided adequate notice when the rezoning was happening so people could have made comments and opposed the rezoning at that time. Since this is not about rezoning, I'm just going to reiterate everything that everyone else said. We're extremely disappointed in the way this happened and the fact that Landmark is not being a good steward of what they were given to do. And we are extremely unhappy with them as residents. And, I hope that the board looks at this, the commission looks at the way these things are done and can make some changes so that true notice is given to residents who are impacted by the change that they're making. And I thank you for listening and have a good evening.
Thank you. George Marshall?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. State your name, please.
My name is George Marshall. I'm also a resident of the Highlands community, myself and my family. We recently moved here last November, and we, as I've heard many people say, were under the impression that this would be single-family home an area that we can do as homeowners to put a pause on, slow this down, because this is not what we intended on having. We're gonna have more traffic. As the school's gonna be overcrowded. It's already hard getting in and out of here certain times of day, as many people have stated. So is there any recourse for us at this point?
Unfortunately, the board has there's no recourse that we can provide. You would have to work directly with the developer. Sorry.
Thank you. I don't know what steps we can take at this point, but thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, we can only take comments as they've had your opportunity.
Excuse me, ma'am. We do hear Jasmine Polly connecting again.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Polly. State your name for the record, please. Ms. Polly?
Yeah, she got disconnected.
All right, thank you. Okay. Would the developer like to rebut?
Yeah, I'll just add a few things. The talk about the efficient and effectiveness of development, especially of the Highlands, I just want to say that's the whole purpose of this PUD. That's the whole purpose of creating this PUD, and it's residential. It's done this way and zoned this way originally because this is where we wanted the residential component to happen as we, expand and as we bring people to town. This is where it's supposed to happen. This is where it's planned to happen. So we're at the very end of this thing. And I just want to, also add about the locality of the, of the density. And I don't want to, overdo this point, but when we created the density or the units on tract N, we pulled from L and M, which is directly in that same area. So the entitlement for the homes was there. We're just moving it to tract N, but it was in that same immediate parcel area of tracts L, M, and N. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any discussion by board? Go ahead, Ms. Bowles. Okay, go ahead.
Would you be able to address the concerns about community engagement notification? I know there was something about 300 feet, but just for the record, please.
Yeah, sure. So when this came through before, because it's in a PUD and because this is by right with the use and the density, it was a minor change to the master plan. So community involvement wasn't part of that process because it was a minor change and done at a staff level.
I thought there was some question about 300 feet, people within 300 feet. Maybe the staff mentioned it.
Oh, so for this, yes. So the public or the public was notified as they normally would be with a petition. There was not a public component to the approval last year because of the nature of what we asked to do. So with this one, because we're amending the master plan, the public was notified.
I'm going to take a little break. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation of approval.
Cole, second.
All right. Ms. Amick? Yes. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Milder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah's left, hasn't he? Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch? I think we've lost Mr. Welch, too. Okay. Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
And I, too, say yes. Thank you. All right, our next item is 5011 Gerard.
now that we've just had an in-depth discussion of how PUDs work, this is a request for a rezoning to a PUD. Petitioner requests approval of a rezoning, map amendment, and acceptance of a general development plan. We've had some discussion about this too. We've intertangled site plans, general development plans, concept plans. Because this is for a rezoning, what he has is a concept for what he would like to rezone and do. Because he's rezoning to a PUD, now that you're aware, there are several documents attached to that rezoning to be provided in the future. The subject property is 3.175 acres of undeveloped land on 2 parcels. It's on Girard. It's in unincorporated Chatham. To the north of the parcel, bordered by Veterans Parkway, south is PR 36, which is what the subject parcels currently are, which is planned multifamily residential with a density of 6 units per acre. To the east is R1. To the west, the Parkway again. So you kind of see this red triangle area representing the semi-triangular 2 parcels. And the staff report, which I would ask be entered into the record, of course, with all the exhibits, because I don't stand here and read it for you word for word. You'll have it for posterity. There's an in-depth explanation of the difference between what sounds maybe similar with planned residential multifamily, 6 units for this, and the planned unit development multifamily and the county ordinance. There are some differences as it relates to mixing residential uses, densities of those uses, and those types of things. And now that we've all had significant background in how PUDs and master plan developments work, and all the things that can be negotiated and approved at the time of the acceptance of that and how that works, it is unusual that an area of only 3.1 acres or so would be PUD. The minimum is 3 acres, so it's just above. But again, with that master plan and the tools that allow you to do that, there are some things that you can do within that agreement that don't exist in by right zoning. Even if you were to chop it up into several lots and rezone it to the appropriate thing, this is easier for a single developer to come in and develop the whole thing at once with the mix and multitude of uses. I am going to actually let the petitioner describe his concept because he will do a better job than I will. And because it's a concept, it's his vision, and he's really trying to convince you that this vision will work on these parcels. There's not a whole lot of facts to this that I can add right now. When we initially spoke, we did have a pre-development or pre-application meeting to talk about this. These properties are not currently serviced by public water or sewer, and obviously any development of any significant density, that would be a requirement. He has since secured a letter of the availability of water and sewer, which would be provided by City of Savannah, and I believe that was a payment in lieu of, he can explain that. But that's not a utilities agreement, so things that are controlled by that, like density, because you've got to do the calculation, well, how much water are we talking? Those haven't happened, but it is available, and that negotiation will have to happen before a master plan is accepted and all those other artifacts are produced. And so again, I want to emphasize, this is merely a conversation about potential rezoning to a PUD classification. None of those PUD documents are in record today. What he's got for you are some concepts of what he intends to do, and he has met the very minimum for what is necessary to capture the concept to talk about the PUD. Yes, I can if I can find it.
We need to hear this one if it's not ready.
Yeah, there we go. Mr. Shea, are you able to use this? Okay. Excuse me.
Good evening.
My name is Patrick Shea. I'm senior principal with GM Shea Architects, and was asked by a client of ours that's a developer to take a look at these 2 lots and come up with a strategy for how to redevelop them. Currently, they're abandoned former single-family homes, neither one of which is, well, they're both functionally obsolete. So I drove out and walked around the neighborhoods and saw that the area was, at least from Garrard Avenue, predominantly single-family homes. I also drove in to the, does this cursor work? Yeah. This neighboring development is built out now, and it's townhouses. And then up further this way, there's the entrance to an apartment complex. So what I did was start working with the idea of having a couple of relatively small apartment buildings in the back of the development, create a private street, but make it more like a complete street along the spine here, and then take townhouses that were really patterned after urban row houses and sort of deconstruct them a little bit, pull them apart a little bit so that they're in pairs, but the townhouses are multi-story in the front on the private street frontage, and then in the back they have little carriage houses with private garages with little single studio apartments above them. And what that allowed me to do was break down the density so we don't have a big massive building. Like I saw a building on the screen here earlier today. These small apartment buildings right here are about 1/13 the size of what was on the screen for Gwinnett Street, that have on the order of 14 apartments in each of these 2 small buildings. So they are that magical missing middle that some of you have been hearing about. These are the missing middle size apartment buildings, but they also would allow enough space left over for some common green space in the back, and there's also a pond that's over on this side. Now that's a drainage easement, that's a county drainage easement that's in between them. Also then each of the townhouses would be able to have private courtyards like the one that I raised my young family on, that are between the townhouse and the carriage house, so you have private green space associated with each of the townhouses. The reason that I wanted to use the PUD instrument in order to do this was, number one, because it allows more flexibility in terms of how you locate things within the property, and would allow a concept like this one to be possible. Just to fill in some of the blanks that are in the application, I did share this information, but perhaps not in a way that's dependable enough. 14 townhouses, 14 carriage houses, then 14 units each in each of the apartment buildings. And if you do the math on all the parking requirements, townhouses have 2 parking spaces each, carriage houses have 1.25, studio apartments within the apartments, 1.25, 1-bedrooms within the apartments, 1.5, and we have 8 2-bedroom apartments at 1.75, 87 required parking spaces, and 88 provided within the site plan. When I do these layouts quite frequently, what I find is that we end up with something that looks like a parking lot with some small buildings. And I work very hard to try and figure out a way to get an urbane level of density, but do it in a way that would be very nicely compatible with a relatively suburban neighborhood. We also had discussions with Chatham Area Transit. They were really excited about this as a legitimately transit-oriented development, because Garrard Avenue is on one of the better lines of Chatham Area Transit, bus line 25, and fortuitously, the bus stop that's planned right here, it had just been converted to both inbound and outbound. So Garrard Avenue now has buses in both directions. Before it was just a loop. And we talked with them about creating a 21st century bus stop with Wi-Fi and a nice place to sit, and they were very, very excited about collaborating with us to be able to do that. So the development that we would propose would be, memorialized by this plan. That doesn't mean, as I've learned earlier today, that it would be immutable, but I think it would be, a much less mutable plan than one for what looked like thousands of dwelling units. This would provide a net density of 27 dwelling units per acre, which is less than what the PUDM allows, which is 40. And I stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Shea? All right. I have at least one citizen who's interested in speaking. Lawrence Roger. If you'd state your name when you get up here to the mic for the record. And thank you for your patience.
Lawrence Rogers, 103 Brandonwood Drive. Well, the problem I have with them building there is because we don't have an outlet. It's just a flood area. Even the land he was talking about have a big pit in the back. The man told me the pit was back there since he was 20 years old. At the time, he was 62. That was 38 years ago. That's how long I've been in Brandonwood. The townhouses next door created a big flood problem for the houses across the street. The gentleman from New York, he asked me to come go to the county with him. I said, I have to leave. I left town for about 3 months. When I came back, he said it didn't flood no more. But the pipes collapsed. And this lady here live in the same subdivision. You go up your rod, boom, 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 boom. The county keep putting asphalt down. So about a month ago, they laid a strip of asphalt about 20 yards where you wouldn't boom. But there's no water come through the pipe that comes over to the, it's a flood area. Mm-hmm. We have some residents down the street can't get out their car if it rains. Because I'm heading to the front porch. It's just a flood area. See, in developing a subdivision, you gotta have an outlet for water. If you don't have an outlet, you got a problem years down the line. I have some pictures right now of the backside of Brandonwood where the ditch run from Lewis Mill Road to Brandonwood. I took the picture this morning. The water is up 5 foot. The pipe's up here and the water's down there. We got not a nursery, a nursery. We produce mosquitoes in Brandonwood. And the county is not going to put no plumbing back there. They're putting some plumbing back there that's 5 foot high, but where's the water going? Because the property is like this. Chatham Park, but the parkway is over here, parkway over there, and each way you come, the property go down. Water don't run up. And that's the biggest problem. You would have to put a pump station there to get the water out of there. That's all I got to say about it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for citizen or? Go ahead.
Question.
Mr. Shea, would you like to rebut?
Well, I don't want to rebut, but I do want to add some more to the discussion. We have a topographic survey of the area. It's well above the floodplain. Way above the floodplain. I'm not saying that means that it never floods. I think the problem that is being described, if I understand it, is that the ditch that's in the back here is not doing its job as well as perhaps it should. We're not planning on relying on the county ditch in order to be able to deal with all of our drainage problems. As a matter of fact, we have a strategy, and we've discussed it with the civil engineer to try and figure out how to deal with all of the drainage on site for the requisite number of years for the storm. And that'll all come with the technical review that comes afterwards. So
Understood.
what I'd like today is to make sure that you understand this concept and that it's not a non-starter before I ask my client to go spend a couple $100,000 to do all the engineering and everything that it takes to move from where we are to the point where we can file all those other documents. If at the end of the day, it doesn't drain or it's below the floodplain or whatever, that'll come out in the wash. But your concern seems to be more about the infrastructure of the area than it does about this particular development. I'll just point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I did not attach any conditions to my approval. You'll notice that because I told you that the master plan and all the PUD artifacts that will eventually be attached to this, it will be attached at that time should the rezoning happen, and it will be captured in those documents. Also did not condition it that the ultimate PUD has to look like this, because with the PUD, the way that it works, if you don't like how it looks when the PUD comes back, you just don't accept it. You will see this again. That's why there are no conditions to the approval.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. It's 3.175 acres. Current zoning is allowing for 6 units per acre, so just call it 20. The PUD density, based on what is showing here, was it 56?
I believe he's referencing 27 based on this concept plan.
Hang on.
27 dwellings per acre, a total of 87 the way we're looking at it right now, 87 dwellings.
So going from 20 to 87 dwellings.
There are 2 there now, so we're going from 2 to 87.
Right, but what it's allowed for, based on current zoning.
I think we're mixing up numbers and density again.
Well, and that's exactly why I'm asking this question, because if it's going to be approved for 87, then it could be.
87 is dwelling units.
Right.
The density is 27.
But could it end up being 4 high apartment buildings?
Not if it's not approved for that.
So we're approving today 87, if we approve it today, 87 dwelling units.
I also did not attach, he does not have a utilities agreement. So he has a concept of where he would like density to be, but he has to be approved for water usage set by Savannah Utilities. He doesn't have that answer, and I can't make it up.
So Edward's words are haunting me now when he said earlier. That's right. To be aware when we're approving PUD developments or the rezoning of what could happen, exactly.
But we're not to the part where we're creating a PUD. We're just open to rezoning it to PUD so that we can do that stuff that he was referring to or referencing.
So is
at
there a
some point down the
decision that
road.
we're making?
Yeah, what
To
are we
rezone
deciding?
it to a PUD?
Yes, so this is slightly different because this is an inbuilt PUD in the older, this is the county, so we're talking about an older ordinance. When we hear PUD under the city's current standard, forgive me, this is build your own zoning. It's, hey, I have some ideas about what I'd like to do, let me come in and create a set of standards. That is why I throw that caution flag when we see PUD kind of in the city. This has a clear set of standards that if we go to the ordinance right now, we can see that it already has a framework. It's not create your own, but as Brad stated, this is something that will come back to you, and if there are concerns and it doesn't meet any of those specified criteria for the PUD-M, then we will absolutely identify those and say, this is where it misses the mark.
And how badly will it hurt the applicant if we ask him to go and do a little bit more exploring and come back with something a little bit more concrete?
That sounds prudent, but I'll let him answer.
I can't agree to come back to the point where there's a specific development plan unless I know that this, in concept, is generally acceptable. If you believe that if I come back with a development density of 87 dwellings, and you believe that that's
not going to be acceptable, then just vote it down, okay?
Gotcha.
Yeah, and let's just stop talking about how we want to have more housing in Chatham County or how we want to be able to do all this stuff, and just say what you believe. This is within the framework of a rather strict framework within the county zoning ordinance for a PUDM, and that's what we would like to get your affirmation that we're headed in the right direction, or else, it'll just stay two abandoned houses.
Gotcha. One more question. When we're looking at that site map with the red triangle, to the very top right of it, it looks like there's already some existing multifamily, which I know is way before my time on the board. What is that?
Up here?
Nope, down and to the right there. Up, there. Stop, down, there. Are those townhomes? What are those?
Yeah, those are now townhomes, and they're all built out. You see where these pads are? Those are all completely built-out townhomes now.
Okay.
So they're all connected houses. And what we're doing is we're presenting something very similar out front, except for they're more disconnected.
Okay.
Pat, let me ask you something, because I'm a little confused by the math. All right, so the two buildings in the back are each 14 units?
Yes.
Okay, and then these are townhouses with carriage houses back behind them?
In front of them, actually.
Yes, in front.
Yeah.
So that's how we get to 27?
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get to 27 per acre for a total of what is
87.
87.
Okay, so how many units are in each of these buildings in front of the multifamily?
There are 14 each.
14.
In the apartment buildings.
Right.
There is one townhouse and one carriage house in each of those, right here. Basically, this is, you take a Savannah historic row house and you deconstruct it. So instead of all being lined up cheek by jowl, they're separated into twins, into pairs. So you have an apartment here, an apartment here, and then a carriage house studio apartment above the garages that would be associated with the other townhouse.
So that is in itself 4 units?
That's correct.
And how many of those are there?
Looks like there are 6 twins for a total of 24, and then 2 that are by themselves. So that's how we get to 28.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? We don't have anyone who wants to speak on this one, I don't think. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. It's been a long afternoon. Evening. Do I have any discussion, motion?
Motion, go ahead, Jeff.
If I may, just because the question of the flood zone was brought up, on Sages, it's in AE, in the AE flood zone. But I'm sure, if this goes forward, that engineering will have something to say about water.
Motion to go with staff recommendation for approval.
Coles,
second.
All right. Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Irvin had to leave. Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Nochika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch? Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
All right, and I too say yes, so it passes. Go work your plans up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're on Medding Street, correct? Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment, 4801 Medding Street.
All right, sir. So I had not intended to do this. If you would just bear with me, I'm going to pull up my staff report just to point out a couple of things that makes clear why staff made this recommendation of approval for this particular request. Edward Morrow, Director of Development Services here. This is a petition to amend the future land use map for the former fairgrounds site at 4801 Medding Street. And this is a 66.5 acre site. There is a very long history, I'll say, with this, and so I won't deny that staff had some concerns as to what it is that's intended here, but it's that history that I'm relying on, and that's why we're moving forward in the manner that we are. The city has a very strict consistency requirement. So basically, at the point that we acknowledge this is going to be a planned development on the future land use map, the expectation is that in accordance with the zoning ordinance, this is going to be a planned development. That is the rezoning that this board is going to be asked to consider at the point that this makes an appearance, which obviously we expect that imminently, considering the grant of this One Georgia petition that was sought for several years. So, sorry? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. So in any event, based on the information that was provided by the city, we understand that we are to expect about 400 additional homes supporting workforce expansion, according to these submissions. Future mixed-use development will feature recreation, housing, film studios, commercial uses, including 25 single-family homes, 6 townhouses, 6 duplexes, 147 small-scale apartment houses, 216 apartments. Translates to approximately 6 dwelling units per gross acre. So anyway, I'm referring to this again, saying this is from the established record that we have here. I believe this in particular comes from the initial submittal for the DRI, all right? So we were not permitted, for good reason, to use many of those documents that were associated with the winning P3 concept, but this is the preliminary engineering report from Roberts Engineering that shows us generally what is the anticipated layout for this site. This is the Creative Exchange. This currently exists as, I believe it's senior housing. It's a housing development. Many of these are also variations of housing. However, again, looking at that record, the anticipation is that this is going to be mixed use in addition to just housing. This is everything that's identified in yellow is the recreation uses, again. So these are translations of kind of that existing history. To round out what I said, where the intent of the proposed development is known, allowance of the PD designation is ideal, as customized regulations are meant to account for unique and specific development constraints and objectives. We have heard repeatedly that this is the largest contiguous piece of land left in the city. It is city-owned. The intent is that we are going to get something that represents furtherance of the city's uniquely identified needs and policy concerns. That is the expectation of this coming out of that record. And again, the last thing that I'll point out going through this report, more or less consistent, as I pass by, more or less consistent with the Plan 2040 designation for urban core, consistent with the plan development designation. Most importantly, though, there was a council work session where this was described. And so all of these things leading up to this get us to the point that what we're expecting is more or less consistent with what we've seen. And so on that basis, staff is comfortable to make a recommendation of approval. Again, with kind of that acknowledgement, the expectation is that based on the existing record that is available in the public, that we are going to get something along those lines and not sets of standards that are not completely unanticipated. I'm happy to answer any questions.
How many acres are high ground and how many units total are there?
So again, I'm not quite sure if this was intended to be exact.
It's 47 acres of high ground, 400 units total max.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other
Madam Chairman?
questions? Go ahead.
So this is I think the community will know this because this has been something that's been talked about and in the works and part of the community development for the last 12 years called the Fairgrounds Project. In fact, the City Council approved a development agreement last week, and there was another public workshop session on that development agreement. and all of the phases and all of the housing that was held just last Thursday. There was a public workshop session a year before that in 2022 when the purchase and sale agreement was also approved that delineated all of these land uses. The land uses also are verbatim in what the winning proposal was in 2021, which spells out the exact acreage and the uses for those land, for the development. I do want to just note that the One Georgia grant we did receive, the city of Savannah did receive from the state of Georgia, the Department of Community Affairs. That application was first submitted in January of 2024. We received the grant award 3 months later, 4 months later. And we're very excited to have that award and to be able to provide $2.5 million for the development of workforce housing. I do also want to note that in the development agreement, it states that all 400 units that would be allowed on the site shall be affordable housing, and it spells out the affordability of all those housing. For every leased unit or unit for lease that is produced, 37.5% of all units will be available, only available for households making 40% or less of area median income, 25% of all leased units for households making between 40% and 60% of area median income, and 37.5% of all leased units only available for households making between 60% and 80%. That's one of the most deeply attainable housing that we've been able to create in the city of Savannah. There will also be homes for sale, nearly 110 homes for sale on this site. All of the homes for sale will be made available and only available to households making at or less than 80% of the area median income. And if that household is sold, it would have to be sold to a qualified home buyer not making more than 80% of the area median income and not spending more than 30% of their household income on that monthly housing bill, to include the mortgage and the insurance and the property taxes. So the city of Savannah is very proud of that development agreement and very proud of this project. Thank you, Dr. Shabazz.
I have a quick question, Mr. Melder. For the homes that are for sale, it's required that they are owner occupied, correct?
Yes, owner occupied. Thank you. Absolutely.
All right.
There is also a stipulation that there are no student housing on this site. All of the leased units, save for the 80 units allowed for the low-income housing tax credit project for apartments for senior citizens, which is age restricted to 55, which will be single bedroom, many of them. All of the other leased units will be 2- and 3-bedroom units.
I do not have any cards on this project. Is there anyone who wanted to speak on it? All right.
Coles, make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Plunk, second.
I think that was the petitioner. You're our petitioner, correct, Mr. Melder?
Yes, ma'am. The city of Savannah is our petitioner.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Ms. Amick? what do you-
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
And I too say yes.
Mr. Welch, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welch. We thought you were gone.
No, I had to step away for a minute.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right. So our next item, yes. Our next item is amendment to the future land use map from TN1 to TC1 at 1201 Abercorn Street and 115 East Duffy Street.
All right. Madam Chair, it may be helpful at this juncture if I sort of identify the next three petitions as all connected. That's why we moved them to
That works for me.
the end of the agenda. So the first one is going to be a look at the future land use map. The second one is going to be a request to amend the zoning map along with a noted reduction in available parking. And then we are going to have a special use request for allowance of accessory alcohol sales. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm forgetting. Accessory alcohol sales and a banquet hall. So all three of these wrapped up in one, but the first one, the future land use map amendment from traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial. We can see the existing future land use map here indicated for traditional neighborhood use. Both of these parcels, the first one contains a contributing historic resource in the local Victorian district, and a parcel that is proposed to be used in association with the proposed uses as parking, new parking, to be exclusively used in association with the new use. And so the designation according to Plan 2040 is for urban core. You can see here it anticipates commercial, mixed-use, civic, institutional, short-term rentals. Transportation is interconnected street grid, multimodal transportation. These are in-town uses, in essence, that are consistent with urban, dense land use. Specifically, this is requested to go to a traditional commercial designation, business areas in close proximity to downtown, commercial uses that should be compatible with the character and scale of adjacent neighborhoods, most often found along collectors and arterials, emphasizing walkability, limited on-street parking, and multi-tenant retail. Again, this is a proposal to redevelop an existing church that is a non-conforming structure in the a contributing structure, Jesus. A contributing structure in the Victorian district. You can see here some photos of the inside currently. It has been vacant for a little while, and so the applicant is proposing to redevelop this and turn it into a commercial use. And so with that, before I go into more detail, staff does recommend approval of this request to amend the future land use map.
All right.
Any other questions?
Is the applicant here?
Would you like me to continue, or, because again,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
they're all associated, okay. So the next two, I went ahead and just put these on one slide. Again, a request to amend the zoning map, assuming that the future land use map is approved, that strict consistency requirement from TN1 to TC1, and then the special use permit considerations to allow accessory alcohol sales within a restaurant. And based on the provided floor plan, staff is including evaluation for use as a banquet hall. It is smaller than the proposed restaurant use. It's a second story, but because it's there, I figured I would call that out for consideration at this point. Here's the view of our existing structure again. To show you our zoning map, we are in the TN1 zoning district. You can see some TC1 zoning that's in the area, and this would become TC1. These were other proposed uses that the petitioner highlighted in yellow, intended for consideration in association with this. There are several, but what I will say is that staff's primary interest at this point is in sort of identifying the way that the site itself should be appropriately situated, and things that are considered in the future should be brought back to this board for consideration of any reconfiguration of the site itself. I think that's the cleanest way to put this. But I will just go through quickly and note the ones highlighted in yellow right here. These are things that would be permitted by right that are requested: theater, cinema, performing arts, a bank, catering establishment. Again, this is proposed to be a restaurant. All of these things that you see over on this side would require a special use. And so that's why banquet hall and accessory alcohol sales were called out. So we are only tipping into one of these, well, actually two of these, ancillary alcohol sales. So, but the noted use is for a restaurant with a small banquet hall upstairs. This is the proposed site plan, and one of those process things I attempted to kind of integrate this time simply because it makes sense to allow the board, given its authority to approve site plans, to look at consideration of the fact that only 7 off-street parking spaces would be created through allowance of this use. And if it is determined by the board that this is inappropriate, chances are the rezoning itself would likely not be appropriate, because nearly anything other than probably a very small number of the uses that you've just seen here could reasonably be configured to work on this site, beyond what you're seeing right here. So this is the second parcel that's proposed to be used in association, developed as those 7 off-street parking spaces, and this is the existing church. So staff is recommending a recombination of this so that those parking spaces would always be tied to this commercial use. So again, asking your consideration that any future use, in essence, be limited or approved in view of the fact that only these 7 off-street parking spaces would be available. This is the proposed floor plan. It's our understanding this is intended to be about a 150-seat restaurant. The tax assessor says that the total structure contains about 6,400 square feet. So, and this is the second floor plan we were provided. I'll call it the banquet hall space that was identified here. A couple of things you may find interesting. The banquet hall is defined by the ordinance as a facility available for lease by the general public for parties or events. It includes the kitchen facilities that are associated with such use. Also, because this is in the Victorian and Streetcar District, there are certain benefits that are associated with that. The first 3,000 square feet of any non-residential use in the district is parking exempt. And beyond that, there is a further parking reduction for eating and drinking establishments, most relevant here, 25%, but you can see there are others that could also be relevant in the future. So with that, MPC staff actually recommends approval of all 3 of the requested amendments, and also your consideration of approval of the directly proposed restaurant and banquet hall uses that you have seen based on the site plan and floor plans that have been submitted. Connected to the rezoning, a recombination plat for the subject parcels be submitted upon approval by rezoning, and then the development be consistent with the plan reviewed and approved in association with the rezoning petition. And then finally, for the special use, accessory alcohol sales in association with the restaurant and banquet hall, that these uses be non-transferable. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for, do we have the applicant here?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Josh Yellen here today on behalf of the applicant. With us today, we also have Patrick Johnson and Bree Paxton, who are both here from the applicant's development team. Because this is a historic site, and I'm happy to address some of what Edward spoke about, I did just want to have Bree talk a little bit about the history of the property. This will be a historic tax credit deal. This former church is going to be preserved. It's going to be rehabilitated. We have attended a neighborhood meeting. There was very positive support for this project, but I just want to give everyone some background on this development team. They're all local. They specialize very often in historic tax credit projects. And so I will keep it quick after that, but I just want to hand over the floor very quickly.
Thanks.
Oh, they're on, okay, all right. But see, I don't remember receiving them before.
Sorry.
You know where they are? Okay. And it is touchscreen, by the way.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name's Brianna Paxton. I'm serving as a project manager for 1201 Abercorn LLC, which is just closed on this building recently. You might have noticed that the petition and our applications were submitted in conjunction with the prior owner, Asbury United Methodist Church. Just wanted to give you brief background on this building. It was constructed in 1887, and for the Duffy Street Baptist Church. Here's a photo from 1911, but it actually had a lot of changes between 1887 and the photo you see here because it got hit really hard by that 1896 hurricane in Savannah. They lost a good portion of the building, and so it was rebuilt and reclad in brick. That was done at the design of Witchover and Eichberg, which are two architect names that might ring a bell. Witchover helped design the railroad buildings at Georgia Railroad Yard, so a lot of those brick buildings might seem familiar. And Eichberg, of course, designed Savannah City Hall. So this building served the Duffy Street Baptist Church until around 1927, and that congregation moved to form the Bull Street Baptist Church. And this property was purchased, and the Asbury United Methodists, a black congregation, moved into this property in around 1927. That congregation had formerly been in different locations since the 1870s. The Asbury congregation was well known in the black community. Dr. and Virginia Kyle were members there, as well as S.L. White, who started the first black Boy Scout troop in Savannah. So this building has a lot of history in its years. The property was listed to the Georgia Trust for Historic Preservation's Places in Peril in 2020 because there's a hole in this roof of the northeast bell tower or several other deferred maintenance concerns. So the congregation did work with Historic Savannah at that point and Landmark Preservation and did a whole assessment of the building and started down fundraising efforts, but ultimately made the tough decision at the end of 2023 to decide to sell the property. So the new property owners, two of them live within a 5-minute walking distance of this building, so that was part of their designs on being able to purchase this to be able to do something productive with it in the neighborhood. I do want to share some more current photos. The back is the photo on the right, just sharing that property to the rear that will be reconfigured for parking, and there is lane access there. Here are some interior shots where the sanctuary, as you walk in, is in pretty good shape, but as soon as you walk to the right, some of these ancillary spaces have faced more harder conditions from that water infiltration, as I was mentioning, with the holes in the roof. The applicants have been working with the church. They have been able to take out carefully some stained glass windows that had been installed in the 1970s to move to their new location whenever that is identified. And the new property owners are also taking out some of the pews and holding them in storage for the congregation to be able to utilize in their new location once that is identified. I think that's about all I have, and I'm going to pass it back to Josh.
Thank you. Just thought the history would be helpful for the site. To clarify what you're seeing on the screen, that we are actually adding the 7 parking spaces. The church now, we estimate, probably has upwards of 300 seats in it with 0 parking. We are doing the best we can with the constraints of the site to add parking. As Edward mentioned, kind of any use that's going to go in here, there's going to be this squeeze with parking. Well, I take that back. The developer could have carved this up into 2 smaller restaurants, or could have carved it up into 15 different office spaces, each space being less than 3,000 square feet. We know for certain that those people are going to park on the street. We are trying to provide the parking that we can with the space that we have available. The only other point of clarification I want to make relates to the banquet hall use. I think this got lost in translation between architect to plans. This was not intended to be a banquet hall for weddings. If you've ever been to Cotton and Rye or to the Vault, they have the private room that you can rent if you have a bigger party. That's what they were trying to do by the banquet hall use, is just have a more private space if you had a group that was bigger than could fit at a 4-top, but not truly the banquet hall use. And we do support staff's recommendation, both for the future land use amendment, for the rezoning of this site, for the special use, and for the parking variance, I'll say, that's as shown on this site plan for your review. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for taking the time today and for letting us present without leaving. So thank you all.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Just one thing, Mr. Young. I hope that when the parking is added between the 2 structures, that it will be like pervious pavers or something like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions?
And I will also say I apologize. The chef I should mention that as well. The intended tenant was Chef John Benhace, who is part of the Common Thread team. He was here in attendance. You'll probably know his other projects. He's at the Jepson Center. He has Common Thread. He has Strange Bird. They are doing probably some of the best restaurants in Savannah right now. He had to go to a child's doctor appointment. He was here. Also sitting next to us was the woman who wrote the letter of support. She has also left. But there's been good outreach. There's a good team involved. And once again, we thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you. I do have a couple of cards here. Mr. Vincent Mobley.
How you doing?
Hi.
I basically just had
Up.
a question.
Get up to the mic, please, and state your name.
Vincent Mobley is my name. I just had a question. This young man right here basically answered. My aunt owns a property down in that area. We was unsure by reading the map exactly, but he just cleared up, everything's gonna be on the side of the church, all this construction, everything. Correct? All right, done deal. So I can go back and report to her. She ain't got nothing to worry about.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Ellie Isaacs.
Ellie Isaacs, Director of Preservation for Historic Savannah Foundation. HSF would like to be on record in full support of the zoning change and future rehabilitation of Asbury United Methodist Church. This site and building has important and long-standing history in the Victorian District, and the rehabilitation will breathe new life into the building and will open the building up to the public once again. Thank you.
Thank you. And online, I have Eduardo Uriasti. Sorry. State your name for the record, please. Mr. Uriasti, I'm having a difficult time hearing you. Could you state your name for the record and speak a little more loudly, please?
Yes, Eduardo Uriasti, homeowner of 211 East Duffy, and within 300 feet zoning variance of the facility. We already approved the facility after its review. It has been presented to us.
That was an approval. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, any other questions, comments?
Do we want to vote all three items at the same time?
Yes, sir, we do separately, right?
Yeah, I think we have to do them
I think we have to go through them separately. But I'll go ahead and make a motion for item number 16 for staff's recommendation.
Second, Plunk.
All right, Ms. Amos?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes, and I think I also messed up the number. It should have been number 17.
Comprehensive plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the future
Land use.
land use, yeah. And yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Going again.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
And I too say yes. All right. That
I
passed.
make a motion to approve the request to rezone to traditional commercial TC1 with the following conditions. A recombination plat for the two subject parcels shall be submitted upon approval by council, and development shall be consistent with the GDP reviewed and approved in association with the rezoning petition. Future redevelopment of the shall require, sorry, that doesn't make sense, shall require MPC approval of a new GDP.
Plunk, second.
All right. Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Welch, yes.
We're catching you sometime, sorry.
All right, Cole's make motion to approve Staff's recommendation for the requested special use, 1, to permit ancillary alcohol sales, and 2, to permit use of an event venue with following condition that the special use permit shall be non-transferable.
Plunk, second.
All right, Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. McKegler?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch? He's just messing with me now. Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
All right, that one carries too. Thank you very much.
Cole's motion to adjourn.
Actually, I've got other business. One thing, and I'm going to be very pithy today. Wanted to just let you know that Ms. Jarrett and I went to the National Planning Conference that was in Minneapolis, and I think she learned a lot about plan development. That's why she's talking about it in such detail. But it was a good conference. There was a lot of stuff with regards to sustainability that was discussed and some historic preservation. So wanted to let you know about that. The other thing is we have a special called meeting for the MPO. And while I know 2 of you or 3 of you sit on the MPO, I just wanted to remind you that is Friday at 10 a.m. So again, that is a special called meeting Friday at 10 a.m. here for the MPO meeting. And last but not least, wanted to let you know that starting June the 3rd, we will be implementing our summer hours as we have been in the past. That goes from June 3rd to September 6th. Office hours will be from Mondays 8:30 to 5:30, Tuesdays through Thursdays 8 to 5:30, and then Fridays 8 to noon. So wanted to let you know that we're doing that. We'll post it on our website. If there's any members of the public that need to have a special call or a meeting with us, we request that they give us 72 hours notice so that we can make arrangements if they want to meet Friday afternoon to meet with them. But that is it. Thank you for staying and hanging with us for this long, and good meeting. Thank you.
Now,
One
Cole's
of the
motion
things
to
they
adjourn.
said at the conference was density, density, density. Yes, I know.
Madam Chair, can I thank you and Ms. Wilson and staff for a well-organized and facilitated meeting today? Lots of
Thank
fun.
you.
Thank you.